gates of the city, out of the darkness came a man, dressed in a dark green battle jacket, with a carbine in his hand. He came to organize the people, told them do not be afraid. If working people stick together, we must win, that's what he said. He wandered through the streets of Belfast, there was a big price on his head. He organised and he taught the people, never 2 nights in one place dead. Internment came, but they did not take him. Go to the south, his good friend said. Our days of running, they are over. We'll fight at the barricades instead. Then came the night that I will remember, came the night of the market's raid, when 2 sides of the people's army stood together unafraid. With a small band of his comrades, a regiment he yelled at bay. All night he fought along the rooftop, that his men they might get away. Down by Joy Street he was walking, the special branch had led their plan. Soldiers shot him down unarmed, God, they feared that brave young man. They murdered Joe down in the market, the people's friend was lying dead. We'll not forget the words he told us, organize was what he said.
Wake up and see it's all a facade. They say it's warming, but who's playing God? Voices loud in a silent masquerade. Truth buried deep beneath the charade. Look above, what do you spy? Silver streaks crisscrossing the sky. Whispers of doom falling like rain. Chemicals dance coursing through our veins. Freedom, 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 freedom. Together, together the nations conspire. Secrets they weave, tangled in wire. But we'll dance on the edge of their lives, living free under open skies. Freedom, 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 freedom. Don't fear the our spirits revive. Through love and laughter we truly thrive. Together the nations conspire. Secrets they weave, tangled in wire. But we'll dance on the edge of their lies, living free under open skies. Freedom.
Morgan spouting hate speech. John McGurk has gotta preach. The sun shines out his asshole from high up on his castle. Howard wants his kettle, his tastes are a fiasco. Barley stole from under their nose, but that's just how media goes. Black man in the Highlands, he must be out his mind, man. The locals had their say-so, so he's on his way to Glasgow. This country's a pain, man. It'll wreck your darn brain pan. All the politicians are the same when it comes time to sling the mud and blame them. They'll take an inch if you give them a mile and rub it in your face with a shit-eating smile. Charlie Kirk's a brave man, but it didn't seem to save him. His wife made of plastic, couldn't think it more fantastic. Barrett's an Austrian painter, you couldn't get more plainer. He thought he was fantastic when the women shouted fascist. The two birds for the office couldn't get any more obvious. Gavin gave up and now we're stuck, the race has gone all flaccid. Town is no more safe than your electronics in the basin. One false move and that's you, it'll be hell that you'll be facing. He's a political prisoner of the space Nazis from Jupiter, drinking toilet water, cause he's just that damn curious. Michelle's a Fed informant, cause her politics went all dormant. Got a funny email, then acted all indignant. They all want our freedoms, and then we'll all sweet give them. Pretty soon we'll need a license to scratch our own damn asses.
I march no longer, I fight no more. You can send out all the tracks never loved, but I'm done with war. Wind him up
bring you back. Conscripted certain. The worm drink is loose. Wind him up, bring you back. Conscripted certain. The proof is in the juice. O'Connell's Boulevard, Phoenix Park, Tick-Tock Liquor, Thunderbird. And now that we have totally lost all composure, we will wither from exposure beneath the sun. Dun, 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 dun. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscripted certain. The worm drink is loose. Wind him up, bring him back. Conscripted certain. The proof is in the juice. If you see me at the bottom, please bring me my running shoes. And if you see me getting caught up, yet you know what to do. I'll march no longer. I'm done with war. Send out your snivellers, but I'll march no more. I'll march no longer. I'm done with war. Send out your snivellers, but I'll march no more.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to a very strange midday edition of the Anti-Broadcast, where we'll be covering multiple protests around the country. National Lockdown Day, with events in Dublin, Ballina, Waterford, Wexford, Louth, Limerick, and Cork. And I'm just hearing that Bog Trotter is streaming. I took a look on his channel literally a minute ago. No, I'm not seeing anything, sadly. Wow, 5 months since he's been live. What a blessing for Ireland that that Bog Trotter goes live for the first time in 5 months from Dublin, I assume he's in. Patrick Shields says in chat, Manchester, UK in big trouble. What's that referring to? By the way, I'm your host, Howard. We'll be joined by your host, Morgan, in some time. I'm a little nervous, I have to say. I'm not sure what to expect, but I did enjoy listening to a good bit of music there with you guys, watching Dublin Port. Many ships coming in. Hello to Dogman Vic out there in the chat. Searchnair and who else do we have? Bolky Bill. yeah, that's all that for the chat. Let's look over to the news because it's pretty much being called for Catherine Connolly. However, I'm hearing from many sources around the country that second to Catherine Connolly is the spoiled votes. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We have Morgan in the green room. He'll pop on when he wants to. Thank God I'm saved. My screen is looking really whitewashed because of the sun coming in. But at least you could see this beautiful province's flag behind me. Hey,
Hey,
Morgan.
man. Light. Haven't seen daylight in so long. Welcome
Mm,
to my beautifully lit kitchen. Like
mm.
we normally see it in the dark.
Y- Yeah, when it looks more like what was it? St. George's Cross. People have been saying,
Yeah. So
or that you've been crucified on it.
well,
Yeah,
could be either. You never know.
yeah, yeah.
You never know. Yeah. So welcome along to the stream. Thanks everybody for joining. Um, so as people become live, we'll pop them up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got maybe 10, 11 streams to flick between.
14, I think.
14 in total. Wow.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13.
13. Okay, cool. So mostly on YouTube. We have a couple of guys on X, TikTok.
Oh, TikTok.
Yeah. So
I don't have anyone on X on my list, so we must have.
we have Paul Nolan, who's on X. So if you don't have that link, I'll throw it up in the private chat.
Okay, do
Yeah, the kettle. It's a trick of the camera. It's a Tesco's finest kettle over there. If we were to do a close up, you can see all the marks of usage. But yeah, an Irishman's finest weapon is kettle. Like, many uses, many uses. So yeah, we've got a lot of guys in Dublin. We've some people in Limerick, Wexford, Waterford, Ballina, Louth, all the kinds of traditional rebel counties seem to be accounted for. So yeah, once we start going live, we'll join people, see what's happening. So it should be an interesting day. National lockdown, and it's good to see all these guys come together. Because it is essentially grassroots movement, no centralized figure. And we need that. And a lot of these guys have been responsible from the get go to kind of build the momentum. And, some people wish to capitalize on that. It's just the nature of things. And organized by John Malloy, who has been at this for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
Boundless energy. It makes me feel old, and he's older than me. Like, it's incredible, and a special mention for 420, who's been doing a lot of work in the background. Again, another man with boundless energy. How they do it, I don't know, but inspirational stuff. And yeah, so we'll see a lot of locations have kind of been kept on the down low. We know there's people in O'Connell Street. It is today for the results of our election in this highly.
Oh, it's being called.
Oh, it's called and all. Is
already.
it? Jesus Christ.
RT anyway, yeah.
All right, they've called it in advance, have they? How nice of them. So who Catherine have we got Catherine as president?
Oh, come on. It's an old moldy potato against a freshly dug up potato.
Yeah.
But there's still two potatoes.
Yeah. Are they calling percentages of Catherine versus Humpty Dumpty versus the spoiled vote? Have they done that yet?
No. But like I said in the private chat there, and just before you hopped on, as spoiled votes are coming in second place all around the country.
All right, that's good. Yeah, and then I suppose we take into account people who didn't vote. So whether you take that as a protest vote or, but I always do it because it essentially means there's nobody worth voting for.
Yeah, nobody's capturing people's attention. So the Irish Times says spoiled presidential votes could reach unprecedented levels, early tallies indicate. Not my president. She was only 10, and Maria Stein number 1 amongst messages written on spoiled ballots.
Okay, that's good to see. Good to see. Another message to the government if another one was needed. How and when they'll pay attention, we don't know. But one of numerous problems we have. So we have a president who doesn't represent most of the people, or a fair chunk of them.
Mhm.
Government who doesn't represent the people. An
Mhm.
education system that's failing the people. A health service that's failing the people. Lots of failures all the way round, and that's what this protest is essentially for. To further highlight the issues and I think, to inspire people. So, yeah, like I said, it's going to be very interesting to see what today brings. We'll be here for a couple of hours, maybe 2, 3 hours, depending on how long my children stay out of the house. But yeah, it's going to be a good, interesting day. So when do we expect Catherine to give her speech? I'm sure it'll be inspirational.
Acceptance speech. Oh, she's,
Yeah,
she's so dull. You nailed her so well just at the beginning of the debates. She's like Sister Catherine. You know.
yeah, the new matriarch, isn't it? We've given. Oh,
Mm.
bollocky Bill! I thought you'd gone again. You're fucking. I haven't seen you in a long time.
He's elusive, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like all of us.
Mm.
Good to have you along, bollocky. Yeah, I can't get used to calling you bollocky, but I'll keep it at bollocky for the purposes of the stream. Yeah, so we'll have at least 7 years of Catherine, but it won't be too bad for us and our like, because we don't really pay attention. We didn't really pay attention to Michael D. Higgins, did we?
Yeah, and at least she's marginally like actually a politician. Like she has done things and continues to do things.
Yeah, and there is
You know.
some signs of hope. I suppose this is where we start coping. But she was, I think she made some noises about the lockdown, that there may have been some issues around it. But just looking at her in the presidential election, very disappointing. Just to avoid every question. But again, it's politics, so it's to be expected, and we can't really put too much faith in any of these people. Even when they, or if and when they appear to be saviors, you've always got to remain skeptical, because we know there's a certain type of person who's drawn to politics for whatever reason. But once they get in, it seems, I don't know if there is some ritual, if people are hypnotized upon entering politics, or something happens in the Dáil, but almost instantly they renege on all their promises. It's almost as if a lot of people go in there purely for their own selfish reasons. But we can't get too cynical. Otherwise, we'll never do anything. But we do need
Yeah.
political change as well, and we need people on every level, on political level, street level, intellectuals, artists. Everybody has a role to play, and especially artists. If you're not on the government artist dole, well, then you're probably a better artist. But I don't know. Like, a lot of people are getting their knickers in a twist over the artist dole. But there's always been patrons of artists. But when the state is your patron as an artist, it's kind of, it makes you think twice about the quality of the art, and how radical they can be. But there's a big space there for people of our persuasion to take up that space, because traditionally it has been a preserve of the left. I don't even like calling it the left, because there's so much of worth on the left. It's just been fucking destroyed by whatever mind virus has taken over the progressive left. It's a shame, really. But we can integrate that into our movement and use.
Yeah,
It left
look,
a massive
it's sorry.
Look, I just need to grab a lighter. Just you carry on there. I'll be listening.
It's an out of date system of seeing things. It literally goes back to the French Revolution, where they divided the new assembly into two camps, the left and the right, and it's through that kind of Hegelian kind of style synthesis that they came to like how to run the country in a way that wasn't too fucking crazy for people, but was just revolutionary enough to not piss off the revolutionaries. And that's what this is about. This is what republics are about. Uh, all these kind of weird systems of government that we've had in the modern age are about managing people, not actually having any ideology per se. So left, right, it's shite. We are who we are. We're Irish. We know what we're about and what we want, what we would like to see for ourselves and for others. So don't worry about it too much.
Yeah, so we have a lot of good guys doing streams today. So we'll mention a few names. So we have
Yep.
LB Audits, who will be covering Wexford. Again, once we're done with the stream, we'll put all these people's names up. If you haven't subscribed to their channels already, please make sure you do. So LB Audits should be in Wexford, I think New Ross. Then we have Mousy. Derek Mousy Wright, the name of the channel. I'm sure people are familiar enough with his work. He'll be covering Dublin. DC Roams, whose footage, part of his footage we used the other night when he was covering Saggart. He was doing a little walk around in outside the National Museum there at Wolfstone Quay, kind of rediscovering Irish history. Because again, a lot of it's been hidden from us, and thanks to our terrible public education system, a lot of people tend to leave school with minimal knowledge about the history of our country, and that's only getting worse these days. It seems it's almost an embarrassment for the government for people to connect with their history. We have 420 Ireland. I'm not sure where 420 will be, but he will be somewhere in Dublin, I'd imagine. Gary Soul will be covering Waterford for us. Then depending with that, he might make his way up to Wexford during the day as well.
I'm told that 420 is in Cork.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, 420 could be anywhere. He's almost omnipresent. So that's great. We have Derry Pearce, another person in Dublin, and then we look in on some more guys later on during the day. We have DJI Audits as well. I think he might be dropping down to Wexford as well. I don't have a link because he's coming in from TikTok, but we'll grab that a little later and we'll have a look in and see what's happening. So how are we doing stream wise at the moment? Is anybody live yet?
My poor PC is struggling because I'm reloading all these YouTube pages and I'm not seeing anyone, man.
All right, okay. I'll just have a
Okay, but
I'll look in.
Dogman Vic says Ger Delaney is live. So can we adopt him into our family?
Yeah, you share the link if you have it there.
Okay, he's yeah, Ger Delaney is live. I'm seeing. Am I handling the Twitch theater thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a copy of it, like, so I don't have it set up.
All right.
If it dies on its arse, well, then we might try to switch over and see if it works better from my end.
Yeah, so hopefully someone can let Jared Delaney know that he can be heard. It's early enough in his stream, so it's taking a while. Oh dear, why is the chat there? Not that I don't want his chat there.
Yeah, it's just you can just minimize it there at the top of the page, I think.
Can I? Is that
there? You go. Oh no, it's the chat still there.
The automatic things to add with chat. We could have figured this out, but we didn't. That's fine. So add with chat, add without chat. There we go. Not that we want people to chat, but the real estate on the screen will be a little squeezed.
Okay. Just like a Dublin stream, is it, or it could be anywhere if it's on the motorway. But good to see the Irish tricolour flying again. I
Hmm.
was listening in after the show last night. I was just wondering what the kind of top 10 podcasts in Ireland were.
Mm.
And one of them was a feminist podcast from the Irish
Yeah,
Times.
go figure.
Yeah, I know, right? So they were bemoaning the fact of all the tricolours, how upset it makes them feel and embarrassed.
Oh, good. I'm loving that.
Yeah,
That's
and
great.
how frightened they are. And then we're saying that, well, the councils and the government, they can't really take the flags down because they will need to put them back up on Patrick's Day and the likes of that. And the flag is supposed to represent everybody. But an Irish Times journalist whose name escapes me, probably best I don't mention her name anyway.
Yeah.
But you were saying what people who are waving the tricolour, what they should do is they should wear a little button that has the Irish flag on it. And that way, when they present at hospital, everybody would know that they're racist.
Ah. Oh, well, like, I don't know, a certain ethnic group that was
Yeah, you know.
in 1930 or 1940s Europe. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so then they could that would let the hospital staff know that they only wanted to be treated by a white person. Therefore, all the people of color in the hospital wouldn't have to treat them because our health service would again collapse if we didn't have all these people from other countries coming into the
Oh.
country.
And
But
it would
again,
be fine if we stopped serving all the racists because all the Irish are racist. So, all the non-Irish can work in the hospitals and be treated in the hospitals, and we have nothing to do with it. That
yeah,
sounds good to me.
and again, they never got around to why. Why is that? Why
Mm.
is it that for every 100,000 people we have in the country, we produce 20 medical graduates every year, but they don't seem to want to stay in the country? Why is that? I wonder, is there anything that can be done to prevent that? No. And then they went on to the next example of foreign workers in Ireland, which was McDonald's. So again, when the Irish racists go into McDonald's, they need to wear their little pin as well, so the McDonald's staff will know.
Can spit in their food.
Yeah, not even not to serve them. So
Well, that's what that means. That's what that means. Come on, let's be real.
starve them, deny them medical treatment, and these are the most caring, wonderful people that the country has ever seen. Yeah, it's amazing. Their blind spots are absolutely incredible. All right, let's have a listen to this, see if we get many beeps
Yeah.
from the crowd.
Nice.
Oh, cheers, dog man. Thank you. Graham Carey gone but not forgotten.
More beeps than the Palestine people get, by the way.
There's a lot of good comrades in the last few years have passed away or just kind of gone quietly into the night. I can understand why people are getting very demoralised, Unfortunately, it's been a long road and it's still going to be a longer road ahead, lads. It is. I'm not going to say there's an easy path. This does not. What we have to realise is once we have each other's backs, once we stand in unity, and I mean the real people who care about the nation, once we keep the real people who care about the nation together, well then, I can promise you lads, we will win this war because we have no choice. It is either nationalism or death. They're your two options. They're your only two options. And anyone who's talking about civic nationalism, anyone who's talking about this idea that our race isn't important in the middle of a genocide, I can tell you lads, they are lying. They are deceiving you. From the very start, lads, there was a lot of us out at the very start, and I do get it. I believe that a lot of people are looking for simple answers, simple solutions, looking to the white knight coming and saving us. I can assure you, lads, that is not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
I like this
the
guy.
only people that's going to save us is ourselves. Those willing to fight for their for their country, those willing to die for their nation, those who are interested in the self-preservation of their own pockets will sell out to the highest bidder. And I can assure you, lads, anyone who sells out is paving the path to the New World Order. Go on, Anita. Hello. One. Hey. Have you anything to say, Anita?
Oh, do you know what now? Has it come actually to terms with who actually won the election? Is that still counting? You know, yeah, shit. Who's the next president?
No, I don't know.
She's not my president anyway. And we're going to take our country back.
Why isn't she our president?
I like it. I
Yeah,
like it.
good stuff. Good energy.
All right.
And dead right. Like it doesn't need to be massive numbers of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. It never is. It's always a few committed souls. And you mentioned a lot of people have passed away during the years, as to be expected. So, we do as much as we can while we can to pass it on to the next generation as well, which would be nice to see a younger generation coming along. But we'll get there. All right, DC Rome's is live too. Excellent. Not sure what part of Dublin that is. Oh, he's heading up towards O'Connell Street, so it looks like Henry Street coming towards the Spire.
Nice.
I'd like to see that taken down. That fucking
The
monstrosity.
Spire?
Yeah.
I think that will be the first thing after the lamppost thing. We'll be doing that next. And what the fuck is that?
I don't know, some Halloween monstrosity.
That's not
no
Halloween,
sound.
man. Light blue. And what is it even supposed to be?
I don't know. I think maybe was it a ghost?
I think so, yeah.
There's another one there. They can't provide public toilets or bins in Dublin city centre, but there's no shortage of money for inflatable horseshit. Yeah, it'd be great to see an actual real bonfire in O'Connell Street, wouldn't it? And a couple of 100 head of cattle storming through the bonfires. Yeah, get great use out of cattle. It would have been nice to see a couple of head of cattle at City West as well. Smart up the road. Okay, we got a few guys gathered outside O'Connell, O'Connell Street outside the GPO. Do we have sound?
Do we want sound?
Yeah, sure, why not?
So, GO crowds are picking up here, lads. People are slowly gathering. Slowly gathering. Keep the faith. I was talking to a couple of live streamers there from around the country, and they're going to wait another 10-15 minutes, let the crowds gather a bit more. They've got good numbers down in Limerick and other places, so they will be coming online pretty soon. We have a lot of guards out here, as you can see.
They were on the way over and it was out their house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That was 420 there. Words of wisdom.
420's in Dublin.
With the same
Yeah,
feet.
so we've got Dublin. I can't imagine. Maybe they've cloned 422.
That's what's going on.
Two 420s.
We need to find these cloning bats.
Afternoon, bro.
Okay, so small enough numbers to begin with, but I'm sure the numbers will go up throughout the day. I'm not sure if we've got speeches planned for GPO. I'm sure we have. I'm sure that's where the main man will appear to make a speech or two. So we'll be back on that during the day. And good to see people coming online. So it may take a while before everyone gets up and running. And then we'll just switch intermittently between the varying live feeds.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So what have we got? We've got two people live at the moment. We've got this guy. Should we switch back to this guy? See what he has to say. Let's hear what people actually have to say.
Show your pride in your country, get out, wave, and show that the Irish people will not lay down. And while our heart still beats, like Patrick Quinlan says, and until our last breath, we will never give up on our Irishness, no matter what Brussels and our puppet government have to say about it. Aaron Gabra.
Fair play, brother.
Oh man, I love my people now.
That was a no.
I'm on live. Yeah, because we weren't here. You want to say anything more? Why did the nation die? Because I didn't dress properly. There's the man. Good now, man. Good now. It's nice to see you blowing the breeze. Anything to say?
Well, so great to see the response, the tweets and all that.
We are getting good response today, lads. Absolutely fantastic response. You know, if the state of Tusla and children getting sexually assaulted in the care of Tusla isn't getting people angry by now, I don't know what will. If the likes of Aisling Murphy, Aidan Moffat, Michael Schnee hasn't woken the people up by now to the dangers that we the Irish people face, I don't know what will.
All right.
Go to Gary.
Yeah, let's see what's
right.
happening in Waterford. Yeah.
Fair play, lads.
Waterford's changed massively over the years as well. It's not too far away from me. I think not so long ago we visited a couple of hotels in Waterford, near the RB Hotel. It's either been converted to an iPass centre or is half and half. And I don't think they let punters know when they go into the hotel that they're sharing essentially with a lot of unknown entities, which I think would be only fair and proper to do.
They're housing iPass. Get him out!
Yeah, so that's one of the hotels there that's split between iPass and still operates as a functioning hotel as well. Again, this hotel is no longer visible on Google Maps for some reason. Very strange, trying to hide it away. And then off down to the right of that road as well, there's another 2 or 3 buildings that are converted to iPass accommodation. And that's a beautiful church just opposite the hotel as well, if anyone's ever down that way. Usually empty as well, sadly. But Mother Superior, yeah, sister, our new sister Teresa. Or I've started calling her Michael B. Higgins, because it's essentially a repeat, just in female form. But we may have hope. She may surprise us. Let's hope. Okay, so just coming on to the keys now.
I'm going to cry.
That fucking dog.
What was that?
The car, they nearly took him out, like, so people just driving straight through them. Because there is a lot of, let's not
Yeah.
forget, there is a lot of hate, like, and Waterford's a very
Yeah.
progressive city as well.
Yeah.
Just where they're walking now for the longest time, if you can see the tricolour painted on the hill over there, that was a Free Palestine flag, and then it was painted over with the tricolour, repainted with the Free Palestine logo, repainted with the tricolour. And this is the hometown of that troon who, when Charlie Kirk was shot or murdered, that he jumped onto his, whatever it was, TikTok, Twitter, or God knows what, but as start shouting he deserved it. He was happy about it, and then some people made complaints to the Waterford City Council, and they essentially said, well, he's entitled to his private opinions. But we know if it was the other way
Wow.
around, it would be a very
Oh yeah.
different case, like gone immediately if somebody dared criticize anything to do with non-government approved speech. It'd be gone in an act. And disgusting, because we looked into that guy, and works with a lot of children, and irrespective of if the guy wants to dress up as a woman in his private life, fine, but that's not really the issue. It's the ideology that accompanies it, and the sheer venom and hate for people who aren't like him, but again, just dressed up in this fake love and awful cosplay as a female. It's truly disgusting in many ways.
Waterford says no to white passing our city.
What's that lady carrying? Can you make out what she's carrying? Is it some sort of plaque or a relic? Is it?
Yeah, it's a weird one, all right.
Maybe a relic.
Can't spot it. Yeah, that would be fitting, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Maybe we flick back to the large screen to see if there's anyone else has come online yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna check. 420 again? No. Bog Trotter, maybe?
Yeah, we'll check him out.
Nope.
Bog Trotter, see if he's live. No.
Nope.
No. Who have we got at the top right? We seem to have two people on O'Connell Street.
DC Roams.
All right, we'll check in with DC Roams. See if we can get a view of the Garda presence.
No problem, toilet.
Oh, we're going into this GPO. Nice.
There you go, brother.
I've never been in there.
I've been in a few times. Not much reason to go in it, unless you need something in the post office.
Where?
To send things like to another county.
It's one of them desks.
What is going on?
I have no idea.
There you go. It'll be fine. There you go, Tyler. You're welcome.
Don't they want to convert it into shops? Is that still got to go ahead? Or?
Yeah. Haven't heard anything else.
Ah, Billy, you're in America, Tyler. Thanks for popping in anyway, Tyler. Pleasure having you on board. This crowd isn't gathering pace.
I know that old fella. Yeah, don't remember his name.
Okay, small enough Garda presence. It's never a bad thing.
What's all happening?
Yeah. Okay. So it seems to be very few people there. There's not a lot that can be done about that. So we hope that more people show up. If they don't, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, don't get down, guys. I see very disappointed in the chat by Dogman Vic. Disappointing. No, it's you get big days and you get small days. That's just the way it
Yeah,
is.
and any event like this, it's going to need a big charismatic person to draw people, and it does
Mhm.
take a lot of
Yeah.
planning.
And also you need, yeah, exactly. You need to think right. Excuse me. All these left-wing protests, right, going back all the way as far as I can remember in the early 2000s with the Iraq and Iran wars, um, people were bused to Dublin, like it was on subsidized fares. Like it was a fiver to go. It 2005. It was a fiver on the bus to go back up to Dublin and back down because you had parties like the SWP, who every Saturday will be selling their paper and selling books and selling badges and stuff on the street and raising money through all their different groups in the country, and they would fund these buses. They would just go up to people and say, "Hey, you want to join us for a protest in Shannon, in Dublin, whatever it might be?" And say, "Look, we might still have space. It's only a fiver." And this is just an organization thing.
Yeah, never going to be able to compete with the resources of the state. And it's not just the government. Like we said, you said a lot of protests on the left are subsidised. Again, you have to remember, people, you're up against all the unions as well. I'm even hesitant to call them unions, as they seem to be in step with the government. And a lot of the unions are, state employees, be they teachers or the medical profession union. And again, all those institutions are captured. And when you have that level of organization, it's very easy to mobilize people. If you have unions where they have 100,000 people they can call on at any given time, well, then it's very easy to get people out. And especially if you put buses on, if you provide people with, marshals, and you have the favor of the state, we're never going to get to that level. So, but again, we'll see as the day goes on if numbers increase. And like you said, if they don't get too disheartened. It might just be a message for people to let them know that maybe we need to get more creative with the way protests happen. We need to get more artistically inspired. Maybe nighttime, something like a large projection onto Dáil Éireann or a well-known building about what's happening in Ireland. There's many ways to do it, and with these small events, they're a little bit chaotic. That needs to happen. That energy needs to be there. So maybe the energy is just it's there, but it might be focused in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
But because I think protests have their use, and like you said, not every protest can be a massive turnout. It can't be 50,000, 100,000 people all the time. That even happened at all is amazing. And
Yeah.
again, this is a grassroots organization. I've never seen any kind of grassroots protest just magically get numbers of 10,000, 20,000 people. Have you got some of our Muslim friends? No, India, is it? Is that the Indian flag?
Yeah, I think
Dan,
so.
the man,
Yeah.
how are you?
What in tarnation?
Cheers,
I
Alan.
don't know.
Cheers.
Seems like something you expect from Christians. Maybe it's the
How are you,
Indian
Barnum?
Christian community. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
How are you, Aiden? Got a few numbers turning up now here now. We still have only about 20, 30 people here. How are your plums?
Oh man, ugh, I can't.
It is Christians, isn't it? This is the day that the
Yeah.
Lord is came, Indian style. Nice. What the fuck is happening to Ireland? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and what's happening to the fucking Indians? Be fucking Hindu, man. Come on.
Well, it's when you're faced with the the option, it's going to be hard to remain a Hindu. It really is. I just got to take a quick piss break. Are you okay if I just
Yeah,
vanish for a minute? Or?
I'm good to hold the fort. Yeah, no problem. What you also need to consider about these kind of events is that the left will overinflate events, and they tend to come to a crescendo and then immediately drop off. We had this with the Westport, was it? The Westport 5, I think. The farmers who refused to play ball with the corporate government kind of swindle that was being played on their land. And because they refused to go along with basically our version of the American eminent domain, where for public interest, the government can just steal your fucking land. They were imprisoned, and we drummed up support for them. We got people to protest in Dublin for them, and I think there was like 100,000 people on the street of Dublin demanding these men be released. And lo and behold, rather, they were released the night before, but the ball was already rolling. So we all ended up in Dublin and listening to them give speeches. And then that was it. I think it was almost planned that way by the Shell and the state. The Shell company and the state to kind of bring things up to that fever pitch. And then people thought, oh, well, our job here is done. They were released from prison. That's it. No need to worry anymore. So then nobody really paid much attention to, oh yeah, that's what they call the campaign, Shell to Sea. Just checking in on the chat there. Still going strong on the motorway. We see a flag there for Clon Nagale. Sorry, Clon Éireann. Shit, Clon Nagale. That's a quasi GAA thing from America, isn't it? It's an interesting group, Clon Éireann, led by the Führer, Justin Barrett. But yeah, look, they're going to say, oh, look at these guys. They didn't get people out in big enough numbers. That's what they're going to say. But you've got to keep the faith. Jason Wolf asks in the chat, probably to the chat as well to us, what do you think of having the likes of Rebel News and God's Tommy Robinson trying to insert themselves into the Irish story? I hate it when Tommy Robinson dares to open his fucking mouth about Ireland because of his his loyalist kind of bent, as well as he is a bit of a Shabbos goy, it has to be said, and a bit dodgy. He's not the greatest example of English nationalism, and by extension, he's even worse for Ireland. And as for Ezra Levant with Rebel News, I mean, they're just another network of grifters in the American vein, even though it's a Canadian outfit. they reach prominence during the culture wars around Gamergate and after that, where there was big questions about feminism infecting every corner of our culture, and they got big off of that in the same way that gripped media got big off of the anti-abortion campaign. What's going on down here in the corner?
Ah, Jay, look who it is.
Bro.
Yeah, it's the main organizer. There we have Bog
Yeah,
Truck
yeah.
there as well.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Come back in a while.
Before you go,
Yeah, I will.
because you're the only one left now to catch.
Yeah, 100%, Rob. Nice.
Yeah, I was just thinking about numbers as well. Now they might increase during the day, but given what happened in Saggart as well, we can't deny the fact that something like that does have a chilling effect, and it will turn a certain amount of people off from turning up, just in case everything goes pear-shaped. But we'll see how the day transpires, and then it can be dissected after the fact as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, someone was mentioning about who was it, Ezra Levant, was it, and Tommy Robinson, and their
Yeah, and someone was asking about the top right. Yeah, do you have any follow-up thoughts on that? This is.
I think everybody knows what Ezra Levant's main concern is. As for Tommy Robinson, we know he has connections to Israel. Interests intersect. I don't really know much about Ezra. I know what's happening in Canada is a nightmare. So I tend to just view on them as they're useful in so much as they get the message out. Granted, they have their own narrative to spin, and like you mentioned, there's an element of grift attached to it as well, for their own numbers. And Ezra's viewing figures died off. Like, I will probably tell you, if he has to travel to Ireland every 2 weeks when something happens, he's essentially chasing the story. What his own motivations are, I don't know. I know things in Canada aren't great. I know Tommy Robinson's been at things a long time with issues happening in the UK. So if you take their connections out of it, I don't know if we'd be in a better state if they weren't involved at all. Irrespective of their motivations, they've certainly brought attention to issues on a worldwide about what's happening in Ireland and the UK, and with Tommy Robinson and the grooming gangs. I think he's done some service there. What his true intentions are, his links to Israel, I don't know what good it does us to talk about it, because then essentially we get dragged into the old historical conversation about, Israel. We know as a state they have their own agenda, they have their own programs, they have interests in destabilizing this country, that country, and every other country on the planet. To what end, we don't know. The fact remains that we still have the same problems. We have present dangers, and we have dangers that are far away. And I think the tendency is it's easy to get lost in the kind of bigger picture where people don't actually have any direct involvement or can't do anything about it on a real level. And I think the focus mostly should be on the likes of this getting numbers out and acting locally. And then obviously there's bigger pictures at play, but we're not in any position to do anything about that at the moment.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of awareness, and when it comes to Tommy Robinson, I think it's you don't even need to go into that area. It's very straightforward. He comes out with these posts about, oh, look at this thing in Ireland, then he completely fucking misrepresents it to, they big it up, where Europe is falling, and in Ireland that's where that's the crisis point where it's all going to explode, and it's nonsense. And he would actually just barefaced fucking lie about our country. And look, whenever a British man with political interests of his own starts lying about Ireland, that's when you just fucking to put a line through his name and say, yeah, fuck off. Sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. It is for his own interest, and you're right about his post. It's just like something happens in Ireland. It's a flashpoint. It gets eyes on Tommy Robinson and his account, and it furthers the agenda in the UK and throughout Europe. So when people see these flashpoints, it does inspire people, but it is blown out of all proportion because what happened in Sagard the other night, like if you take it internationally in terms of, what actually happened and its importance and its scale, it's not that much. People went up against the public order unit, one vehicle was set on fire and some bottles were thrown, and that was it. It was another kind of skirmish the next night. But, it's not really groundbreaking world news events, but it was pushed throughout Europe, and whether that's because of social media, I don't know. We seen the other night, like it even made it as far as Russia, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, their main channel.
Yeah.
Channel 1. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can understand if the Dáil was stormed or something like that, oh my God, breaking news, eyes of the world, please focus.
The GPO 2.0, yeah.
Yeah, please focus on Ireland. So we do know that our, tiny-hatted friends would prefer it if all the kind of people in Europe just nicely disappeared, because they would feel safer, because they don't ever have to deal with the horrors of what happened during the 1930s and 40s. And, they're trying to follow their prophecy where they will indeed rule the world. So that has to be taken into account. But again, what I can do on an individual basis, I don't know. People obviously need to be aware of it. But it can become all-encompassing and blinding, where people have to remember that not every tiny hat is the same as the next tiny hat, or not every tiny hat has the same plan going on in their mind. The same, but not every Irish person is the same, not every English person is the same. But we face the same fucking struggle throughout Europe, where national populations are being replaced. Dissent has been sown. It's not getting any better. And the governments we have all seem to be in lockstep with each other. We are heading towards call it a one world government, or what you want, whether it's natural outcome or it's all being planned in advance. It would seem that's the way the world goes. It goes from, small nation states into nations, into supranational structures, and eventually into a one world government. And I don't fucking want that, because it's a totalitarian nightmare. We see how fractured things are at the moment, and that's what these protests are about. Essentially, is to stop it in some small way. Whether we can or not, I don't know, but I think everybody involved is going to give it everything they have, as much as they can, because it's not working in the people's favor. It benefits very few people. Most people who are working break their balls for nothing, really, just the ability to survive. Anybody who's unfortunate enough to not be working, or temporary unemployed, or even those people who've made a lifestyle decision not to work, essentially have no hope at all. There's nobody that represents them. They're essentially scapegoated. Anytime there's a protest like this, or any protest, even with Sagard, that's the first thing that's labelled at people, is that, oh my God, they're wasters. And the subtext there is, wouldn't they be better off dead? And then the same people will jump down someone's neck for mentioning any sort of criticism of a brown person, and call them a racist. And all these things have been weaponized, and they're used by differing parties. Our own government, European governments, tiny hats, the Islamic world, Chinese interests, Russian interests. So geopolitics is an absolute fucking nightmare. Very interesting, and it's important that people understand it and know about it. But I think it's easy to get lost in that. And it's a battle that you can't lose, because you can never win it. And it reminds me much on the left, where people focus on Palestine endlessly, and pour all their energy into it, because it's a battle that you can never lose, because it's unending, But like you said, we can't lose sight of it. It's important that people understand it holistically. But what we can do about it on an international scale, I don't know. I would wish
Yeah.
that we could just, pull back from it altogether. But we are part of a European Union. We are
Well,
part.
we'll always be a part of the world. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So we've been told that Corky is live. However, he has turned on audience control on TikTok, and I'm not registering on TikTok. I'm sorry. That's just not something that's going to happen today. Um, so just look at this meme. Oh dear.
Move us out of the way. There you go.
Yeah, the smaller the beanie, the higher your position will be on the socioeconomic ladder. Wear the beanie for the job you want, not the one you have. The biggest one is looking for work, gamer, drug dealer. The second largest one is construction worker, forklift operator, and oh dear, it's too big, kitchen staff. Then next up from that, barista, mixologist, high-end retail. And the tiniest beanie is creative director, software engineer, UX designer. Now, what do you get when you, I don't know, go like 2 levels up of smaller beanie?
There you go. So maybe we need to wear thimble-sized beanies on our heads, and then we'll run the world. That first one, that looking for work, that's the same kind of beanie that our friend the new Messiah wears, isn't it? To identify.
Yeah.
with
What's
the
his name
poor
again?
people.
Hasham?
Hasham, or Hasham al Kabiki Kababa. I don't know. I checked in on him last night after the stream to see what was happening
yeah?
there. So he's come up with a new economic system. He was giving a lecture to his adherents and explaining what capitalism was, what socialism is, and communism, and talking about the pros and cons of the 3 systems. And then came up with he's created a new economic system.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, Hashamism.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, so his new economic system will be that everything belongs to God, and that God's chosen people will tax the rich until all the needs of the poor are taken care of, and then taxation will end. So what can go wrong, and this is not just this is for the globe. This is for the world at large. I didn't look into too much detail, but I will, because we haven't looked in on Hasham for a while, and God knows what he's up to. But he's having a fundraiser at the moment. They're up to 13,000 sterling, I think, which is I don't even know.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just I think every 2 or 3 months they have a drive for something or the other. But it's not a bad couple of months' work, like 13 grand.
Yeah,
like almost 100,000 followers online. Still has his core group of adherents, and they're living in that rather big mansion in Manchester. So we'll have a look at him in the next couple of weeks, see what he's up to. I think he's talking about Jesus. He's talking about how Jesus is going to return, and the last Mahdi as well. So maybe we're getting a bit closer. And I'm not sure his thoughts on the giant comet that's coming around from the back of the sun soon as well. I'm sure he'll work that a grift some way or another.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we need to sign up to TikTok? Is it to have a view on that particular status?
Well, as of today, he just recently changed his settings. I think he's just being judicious about who can see his stream for some reason.
All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have a look in later, and we'll edit this at the end of today as well, so we can pick up other streams and pop them into the mix as well. Have his Waterford stream frozen, has it, or have they just stopped? Oh, it's frozen. Okay.
No, they're just going.
Yeah, just stopped there for a moment.
Yeah. Okay, Billy. None of them are good. I mean, Connolly is like marginally better because, like I said earlier, she's more of a stateswoman. She does things for people, and she is actually anti-war. Although she's kind of parroting the whole "Russia bad, Russia might invade us" fucking bullshit. So she's winning anyway. No doubt about that. But second place to her is spoiled votes. Big for Ireland. A lot of people wrote in She was only 10. What else? Marie Stein, number 1. I wrote in Dustin the turkey, drew a little drawing of him in a little box, and I ticked it.
You didn't take a photo, though, did you? You forgot to take a photo of your artwork.
Don't rub it in. I mean, I'm going to actually get on the phone to Salt Hill Counting Centre there in a few hours when we're done with the stream and say, hey, have you guys seen this? Can you post it to me? I want to frame it.
Yeah, our presidents, it doesn't really matter who's elected, in all honesty. There's no real power there. It's purely ceremonial, and it's more of a handshake to the person who becomes president as as a pension fund, really, because they're paid an extortionate amount of money. They can claim more in benefits as well. And again, what good Catherine Connolly's going to do, I don't know. You just look at basically who's supporting or who's backing or who's voting for her. It's the same, hyper progressive horseshit that we've been dealing with for the last 10 years. Heather Humphreys would have been different in so much as she's not actively going to promote that, but nothing good would come of it anyway. She's just an establishment stooge. Again, will have no real power about it. She would just be more quiet. Terrible speaker. So on an international front, it would just be awful to have to listen to her screech for more than 5 minutes. But Catherine Connolly will be no better because it will be just long-winded, endless conversations of love and care and inclusivity and the same just empty fucking word salad after word salad. And again, every progressive group being brought into the chorus and singing. We saw the Indians singing Kumbaya. Catherine Connolly was, I think it was in Cork the other day, and they were singing, I don't know what it was, John Lennon's Imagine There's No Heaven or something like that. It's just all as cringe as fuck. It's embarrassing, really, as a country. I suppose Maria Steen would have made some difference, but again, no real power, but it would have been some sort of alternative voice. And that's how bad things are in Ireland at the moment, where any voice would be welcomed other than the establishment voice, be it, the establishment parties or the established opposition. Because they're pretty much the same. And I'm sure it's the same in the UK. What tends to happen in opposition in Irish politics is that the opposition just tell the government that they're not going hard enough and fast enough with the agenda. And that's it. There's never any sort of contradiction. And when we go back to lockdowns, that's essentially what the opposition were at. By and large, is we need to have stronger lockdowns. They need to go on endlessly. And even when it ended, you'd had half the opposition politicians still wearing masks, like a year and a half after the lockdown ended. I think Paul Murphy was the last person to give up his mask. Fucking ridiculous, a year after the event, and he's still wearing a mask in the Dáil. And again, they will be celebrating the election of Catherine Connolly as some sort of mandate. That the progressive order must continue endlessly, but it won't, and it can't. But thankfully, president has no real power. It's a nonsense, really, and it's probably best ignored after the event. A statement will be made to spoil the votes. I don't know what the turnout is, but I imagine it's probably going to be one of the lowest turnouts in the last couple of presidential elections. But again, they're always low because they don't inspire anybody, because we just get, standard stock representatives every fucking time, and people love it. I've seen people on X crying almost that Michael D. Higgins has to leave the presidency. Isn't it terrible? They're saying they were crying looking at him on television the other day as he voted.
Oh shit! It's time for me to make my video of when the last Kim died in North Korea, and they had his picture on a car driving through the crowd, and everyone was forced to cry. I'm going to track Michael D. Higgins' face onto that picture.
Oh, sure, we'll have it soon enough anyway. What is he, 80 fucking 3 or 84? So he hasn't got long to go, and then the whole of progressive Ireland will be out on the streets mourning his passing, and then I'm sure there'll be numerous statues erected of him and his fucking dopey dog. People are crying about it, but that's what it is. People love his dogs more than they love their own countrymen. It's like they're fan accounts for his fucking dogs. And his dogs are like these expensive, pedigree dogs that cost like $3 or $4 grand a pop. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people? It is kind of North Korea stuff. It's just hero worship of a midget who's rumored to be fond of visiting the Phoenix Park and paying young men to get in the car with him and go for a drive. But I don't know if any of that's true. But would we be surprised? I don't think so. Okay, we've got a few more people at the GPO. We still only got 4 people live, have we? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Thank you guys, Dogman Vic, Saoirse and Aaron, for keeping an eye out on what's going on in terms of who's streaming. Rupert Roberto asks, "What's your view on McGregor's brief stint as a possible candidate?" That was a joke. That was just a joke. A joke that we, went along with and had a little bit of fun with, I have to say.
But again, like anything would be better than what we have. Like Conor McGregor would have been the perfect presidential candidate for Ireland, just on a pure chaos front. Because he would have killed somebody. Like he would have choked somebody out. He would have been, high probably 90% of the fucking time. And I just thought it would have been glorious to have that level of chaos and
like fucking Trump, but like 10 times wackier.
Coked up Trump. And it would have been great because, like the likes of protests, like if you have someone, the president leading the protest and calling people out into the streets or let's go march in the Dáil, because the guy's a fucking nut in the best sense of the word. Like, it's like, okay, well, what are we doing today? We're not doing that. We're doing this. Like, and he would just be chaotic. But that would have lasted, a very brief period in time because he would have had handlers behind him as well, and we know that he if you have the ear of Donald Trump, well then there's people behind the scenes who would make sure you operate in such a way. But again, it just shows you what the presidency is worth. It's essentially it may as well be a reality TV program where anybody can throw their hat into the ring and become a potential candidate. But the great thing about it is it showed everyone in the nation just how undemocratic the whole process is. Given
it was a great own goal by the state. And talking about mandate, no, Connolly will not have a mandate because she will receive 15% of the ultimate, like all voting age people. 15% at most voted for her. Like, come on, that's not mandate. That's a fucking joke. And this is going on all around Europe. If you're not paying attention, guys, one of the streams are laggy. They're fucking canceling elections, rerunning elections, just so that they can ban the political party that's getting ahead of the the establishment party, and setting politicians up as, oh, you're a Russian agent, so we're going to raid your house or office and find stacks of cash because for some reason you get paid in stacks of cash by the Russians and you hide that cash under your floorboards.
Gold bullion. I'm like Russian rubles or whatever the fuck they have over there. Diamonds. Yeah, it's James Bond stuff. And you're right, like, what was it, 14 members of the ADF party were killed fairly recently. Elections have been cancelled everywhere. And the same will happen in Ireland. Considering the amount of energy the state is putting into making sure that there's no opposition at all. Like, they arrested in the last 2 days, like maybe 40 people who showed up at a protest. They will be trawling through all the footage they can get their hands on to try and identify people to bring them before the courts for trumped up public order fucking charges. So if and when we actually get close to having some real political power, you can bet your bottom dollar that every dirty trick in the book will be pulled out, and it's not beyond these guys to suspend an election altogether, be it another, fake pandemic like that. That worked out very well. I know people can throw their minds back, but during the pandemic, all the local county council elections were cancelled because it's a state of emergency, and that's all they need to do is to declare a state of emergency to cancel elections. And in Ireland, that can be something as simple as there's a war happening somewhere else in the world, therefore it's an emergency for us, and they will in effect lock the country down again. But I would hope that people have kind of learned their lessons about lockdowns. And let's remember that it's the likes of these guys and ourselves and people of a similar ilk that essentially helped in no small part to end those lockdowns, because we were protesting on the streets and refused to go along with it. Let's have a listen to this, see what this bitch is saying.
They booked up the hotel.
This is embarrassing. Look at this, like two fucking chubby females talking to people like they're children. Getting off the road.
Skinny fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chubby.
In this country, they're destroying our country, they're raping our children, harassing, murdering, raping our women. No more!
They're blocking us with the van, like.
Look at this, look.
You're supposed to be helping. We're standing under, no, these standing under, a governmental one, is it? A Meadow one. Take their agenda, is it? A disgrace. An EU one, not even an Irish one. We're not from the EU. We're Irish and we're proud. This is ridiculous. How are you? Huh? This is all bullshit. You're protected under Irish constitution here. When do we see more now? When do we see more?
You may as well be talking to the wall.
Yeah, there's really no point.
Yeah.
You may change someone's mind outside of them being a guard at the pub or something like that, but even then, it's once they're doing their job, they're not listening. They're just waiting for you to.
Because you have to, in their position, you do have to switch off.
Yeah, because you couldn't, like, you'd quit on the spot if you actually started to listen to what people were actually saying and looked at the logic of it. But they don't.
Dogman Vic says, block the feckin' roads. See, you know what you need to consider? I think this is what we are doing here on my channel anyway. I wish I could be doing what these guys are doing out there. I don't know, maybe I'm just lazy. But back in 2016, I was following online with scant little live streams here and there because, things were different back then. What was that group called? It's a European Alliance Against Islamification of Europe, right?
Okay.
And I was thinking, God, I'd love to be down there with a good quality camera and set up to YouTube, follow this stuff. But that wasn't meant to be, because you couldn't even be on the street and have our opinions 10 years ago, because you, just like those guys that day, got ran off the street by the Black Bloc. Like thugs bust in or flown in to Ireland from abroad to harass our people off the street. But of course, the media didn't cover, that side of things. Only that, oh, look at all these racists on the street. But now it's different. Look at what we can do now, and it's not like we're accepted and we're normalized. No, but we're getting there. So yeah, we can't get the huge numbers that we want all the time. We can't block the streets and grind the country to a halt. Whether we want to, whether that's a good idea is another question. But be patient. Have faith. things are moving. I think a lot of folks, not all you, but a lot of folks have just recently kind of gotten wise to what's going on in your own process in life. You know, God works in mysterious ways. But I've been looking on for quite a while. Morgan has, a few of us here on the stream have, and we can see the great progress that's been made. While you might be a little more like, we need to do this now. Well, you know, the time that we needed to do it was like 10, 15 years ago. We're already late. So slow down. You know, if you're already late for the meeting, it's not going to make a big difference if, you know, you have a heart attack on your way to it, or you take it easy, you have a tea and a smoke beforehand, you know?
Yeah, and I think we've got a lot of older people in the movement as well. So maybe for them, it's part of it is that, you know, time is of the essence. You start to become more aware of your own mortality, and some people want to leave a legacy, and they're impatient to bring it to a close. But like that speaker said earlier on, it's a long trek. Like it doesn't end in a year or 5 years or 10 years. It's essentially eternal. I think what happened in Ireland was we we fell asleep. We got a little bit of money, and that became the new god, and people were pretty much content with that, and still are. Like most people, let's be honest, they just want comfort. They don't want any discomfort at
Yeah,
all.
Netflix and ordering food kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that will do it. A night out in the pub. You know, don't mention anything nasty about politics or where the country's going, what the future is for the country, or the future of Europe or mankind. It's all too frightening. But we will get there. And like I said, if we don't, well, then you can be happy in so much as you did your part. You didn't stand idly by, and it's up to each individual how far they want to take that. And it's like even if you look at it from a simulation theory point of view, or if you can imagine we're all in a movie, it's a happy ending, you know. But we're 20 minutes into the movie, but the outcome may very well be fixed, and we're on that kind of hero's journey. But we're only at the beginning, and we will get there. And if we don't, sure, we gave it our all. And this is one day in, you know, thousands of days. So I'm gonna break into a Van Morrison song. My mother told me there'd be days like this. But anyway, and the great thing about days like this is, you know, people get to meet up with each other. They get to talk. They get to examine, well, what happened today? Oh, the numbers were crap. Why were the numbers so low? Did we expect this to begin with? And then you reassess, and you go forward. You learn from any mistakes, perceived or not, and you just take it to the next level. So if we've got, you know, 20, 30 people here, 20, 30 people there, another 20 or 30 people here, there, and everywhere, you add that together, and the numbers soon add up. And again, let's remember, just the resources available to the groups on hand are minimal. You essentially have private citizens who are taking it upon themselves to organize something like that. And, you know, it takes time and money and energy. And for it even to be happening is a miracle, because like Howard said, 10, 15, oh, you got the fucking mask on, 10 or 15 years ago, it was almost impossible. It was essentially small groups of people, you know, in small internet forums, starting to mention it. Even the mention of anything around any of this, even in any obscure way, was considered a type of mental illness. Well, now we're at the stage where people feel they can actually, you know, talk about it and not be shamed anymore. And that's a miracle in and of itself. And it's only so many times people will turn out on the street, you know, to stand outside O'Connell Street or march down the road as much as it's needed, because it makes it more visible. But we can and will get more creative. And again, we can look to our friends on the left, like they're endlessly creative when it comes to protests, because they have all the resources in the world and a history behind it. So much as they may get up our nose, there's certain tactics that can be learned from them, you know. And can also be quite useful to, do what they've historically done, is to infiltrate some of their larger protests and cause a bit of aggro. Wouldn't that be fun if at one of these love-ins that some people started throwing bottles at the guards and then it all went to shit? But I don't know, Danny.
Oh,
Better than those people. I feel exposed now that I don't have a mask on. Maybe I should.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least you can breathe.
Oh, there you go. A design flaw in the mask. Hang on, I have a mask behind me here. Let me see.
All right. Wonder if I could put my glasses on over the mask. Nope, that's not happening unless I break the mask. No, this is like €3 in super value. I was thinking, yeah, I need to get that. Station Aaron says, right, I'm back. Went for a look at other channels. Quiet. Yeah, it's a shame. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's just very quiet out there. I still have the tag on this as well.
Oh shit! No, we bought the same masks from Super Value. That was a $5, right?
Yeah, I got this one in the garage.
Day of the Dead, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, this is the wife's mask for Halloween. That's fucking disturbing looking, isn't it?
I do like the Guy Fawkes thing, even though it's like an English thing. It's the whole the movie and then Anonymous. It's
how could you not, for Christ's sake? Like, V for Vendetta is an iconic movie, and then the whole connection with Anonymous. I just look like some fucking alien.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, not even like Mexican fucking. Just oh, we're such fucking goofballs.
Maybe that's what it was. Mask. It is Halloween, so turn up with masks at the protest. Yeah. I look like some sort of chimp or something. It's just fucking
like it actually just looks like it's covering your whole head. It's great. Yeah, it's working for you.
Lost a bit of weight in the last couple of days. Giving up the old meat. People say, is it just me or is the price of meat like skyrocketed? I was in fucking Tesco the other day and I get €22 for a fucking steak or something. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Since it's some sort of special super steak. But then even the shittiest steak was like €10 for some sort of minute steak or something like that. It's fucking a nightmare.
Damn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it took me a while to notice, like people telling me for months, the price has gone up, and then I just thought, whoa, actually, yeah. I just get what I need from the shelf, man, and pay at the till. And I did notice, like, oh, really? It costs that much?
But then what's with Anonymous in Ireland? Are they still fighting Scientology, or did they give up that ghost? Or
that's been there. It's years ago now that it's just kind of died. Anonymous itself has died, and then there's just the people who they realized, oh, this is actually my vocation. I need to go off to this crazy cult. They've stuck with it.
All right.
A lot of people like me have been frightened away from it because I was kind of stalked by Scientology here in Galway, if you'd believe, for just putting up fucking posters about their cult. It's not good, man.
There's only like 150 of them in the country altogether, isn't there? So what have you got? Like, you must have 3 Scientologists.
I don't know. They have this big center in Dublin, though.
I know.
All these orgs, yeah.
Yeah, their headquarters is based in Dublin, I'm sure, for taxation reasons, and they have a lot of properties in Dublin.
Well, they're also real estate. Oh, okay, we're missing something, being assholes here. Okay.
All right, where's the John Malone?
Believing in this old guy here from Donegal. I don't do this for likes, comments, shares, none
lot. I just want to get the word out. I want my kids, I want my grandkids to be safe, to be able to walk down the street like my kids did, and go out and play. And they'd go off, my kids would go off at 10 o'clock on the Saturday morning. I mightn't see them till friggin' 10 o'clock that night. No phones, no nothing. But they came back in, top to toe in mud and dirt. But they grew up to be solid people. They're my kids. I didn't have an awful lot to do with that. They did that themselves. But nowadays kids cannot go outside. They're not being let out because we can see what can happen. That poor girl in City West. God, my heart goes out to her. My heart goes out to her mother. She didn't deserve that. No kid deserves some scumbag being brought into this country, given free everything, literally everything free to him. And yet, because of his perverseness, he does something like that to a 10-year-old. There is no words whatsoever that I can get out of my brain to say the disgust that I have for that. But monsters is strong enough for it. Exactly. The girl here behind me with a sign saying, "Free my home, make me and my baby girl safe again before it's too late." This is our future. I won't take it. This is what we're all fighting for. Mr. Warrior. We're fighting for kids like this.
Here, here. Here, here.
It's not right. It's not right that little girls like this should be living in fear. It's not right that moms like this should be panicking every day of the week. And where's my kids? How can I make my kids? It's hard enough to raise your kids. It's hard enough to have enough money at the end of the week to raise your kids without having to worry of what might happen to my kids. So, to the government up there, shame! Shame on them! Shame on what they're bringing into this country. Hang them!
Bro, buddy!
There's ways
There you go.
that I feel we can make a difference. The way we can make a difference is to become united, become a risen people. Get out in your communities, talk to each other, set up little community watch groups, set up national watch groups. Now over the next 4 or 5 weeks, we are going to do a second phase of this, which will be a shutdown. And basically what that will be, and I'm asking everybody, you know, sometimes you gotta take the slap. You go into a boxing ring with somebody, you gotta take the wallop. You gotta take that punch. You gotta take the kick in the gut if you're like Conor McGregor or whatever. But you can rise from that because you know that you have support behind you and you have people fighting with you in your town, in your village, in your community. So in 4 weeks' time, we'll actually be announcing this later on. A shutdown will be the major arteries into towns. We've got to hit the government where it hurts, and that's in revenue. We've got to shut down the revenue. We've got to shut down the
I'm sorry, man, that's shite.
We've got to shut down the docks. We've got to shut down infrastructure like that they're coining and making big money out. We've got to do something.
Fair play, Paul.
We cannot sit around and be brutally.
Is that child saying fuck that?
Assault. It cannot happen.
Trained
Not
well.
on my watch.
and not on your watch. So today, we're going up as far as that bridge. There's not many of us, but those that are here, I know that you're not keyboard warriors. And this is the one thing that really irks me in a big way. That you all your keyboard warriors out there that's showing the support, that said, we'll be there. Or you're putting up memes with fists saying we'll be there. Or you're putting up poster placards and you never follow through with them. Where the hell are you today? You're sitting behind your keyboard looking at me, looking at these people going, oh shit.
Shame on them!
I should have been there. I should have been there. But you're not here. So I'm asking all those keyboard warriors, get off your keyboards. Get out with us. Stop being sissies. Get out with the risen people. We are a movement going forward. And until the day I die, I will keep moving forward.
A revolution. I'm trying to figure it out, Paul. Just give it a chance. Wow.
So everybody and anybody from my heart, and anybody out there on TikTok land or wherever you are, I'm here. Where the hell are you?
We're with you,
Yay!
You which have been battered by the POU are even here to support, still show our strength in numbers, coming to the people, show that we're still part of this movement. Even though we are battered and bruised, we're still coming along. As John was saying about the keyboard warriors, we haven't they shown their face, even just to show a bit of support, where we're still on the front lines, getting beaten up, but we're still coming out because we're haties of our country.
Take it to the bridge. This man is standing here today with a fractured shoulder from an attack by a POU. No. I've seen myself out in City West last week, where the POU ran down the road, literally run down the road, with horses, dogs, water cannons, battened up, ready to go, spraying people left, right, spraying elderly man on the ground. He was on the ground, doing nothing wrong. He was standing up because I know the man. He was standing up for his granddaughter. Shame on them.
Is there anything happening in the other ones, Paul? What's the crowd like down in the
And let's just put this man in here. This man same thing happened. He's a live streamer. He was doing nothing wrong. He was literally live streaming like everybody else is today. Right?
Jesus Christ.
And he was attacked by the POU. And, can I do this? There's results of what the POU did to this man. No, he was doing nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. And I've seen this man on numerous protests, on numerous rallies with us. So Government of Ireland, that's what you're doing. And that is wrong.
Shame on you! Shame on you for not backing the people.
Okay, folks, we're going up as far as the bridge. We're going to walk over and back the bridge to show that we can do this. What impact it's going to have, I don't know. Are the people out there in this country and all over the world watching us? Yes, they are. Are you going to come and support us? I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Great good job! We will fucking destroy them! The whole fucking lot of them!
I love that fucking wild guy in the background. Saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that, and we don't condone that on the anti-broadcast.
No, only off the anti-broadcast.
Ooh,
yeah, you were talking about. Oh, someone's gone private. You were talking about
Jared
the
Delaney.
economic effects of shutting down the city, saying that won't work.
Yeah, because you know what? One of the highest fucking taxed things in this country is fucking fuel. Guess what happens when you're sitting in traffic? Well, what are you paying what are you doing? You're paying the government to sit in traffic. Sorry, guy. You know what? I'm going to take a policy with him, not with everyone now. I'm not being all, airy fairy. You know, we need to be serious. However, when it comes to this, lad, do what you got to do, man. You know, if you got an idea, I'm not going to step in your way.
Yeah.
However, I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I'd agree with you. I never think it's a good idea to inconvenience the everyday citizen just going around.
Yeah,
the
that's
business.
another aspect. Yeah.
Yeah, and trying to get home. I can see his point. There can be 1,000 protests. The government won't take notice. Economically, yes, they will take notice eventually, but it's not in those terms. If we go back to the provisionals, the last days of their campaign, they made the decision to target the financial centres in the UK. Obviously, their methods were a little bit different, but that hastened bringing people to the table when they started focusing on Canary Wharf and International Financial Centre there. So maybe that might be something to think of, not in those terms, but if we're going to have this notion that to attack financial interests within the state or disrupt them, let's not say attack them because we'll all be done for fucking sedition. But people might have a think around that, like, well, maybe focus on the banks, the IFSC, the interests there. I think that might be more conducive to bringing more people along, and maybe other disparate interests as well. And it might help get people off the internet as well, or give them something free, free fucking earphones or something like that. That might help people get out. But I don't think trying to shame them out from behind their keyboards is the best way. I think people will naturally come in their own time as well, So, but I get his frustration.
A little bit of shame is important. You know, it's helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly the Legal Eagle is live in Roscommon. However, his stream is a bit iffy.
Yeah, well, it's Roscommon, so it could be quite sketchy. Roscommon has changed as well, like unrecognizable. I was down there not so long ago, and it's like Little Arabia. People actually afraid to come out of their houses because a lot of foreign guys are, selling coke and heroin in the parks and breaking into houses. And let's not forget that other teenage boy was assaulted there not so long ago as well, when the two perpetrators had to flee the country because 1,000 or so travelling men came into Roscommon looking for them, and they had to flee. So, we're not imagining these things are happening, and guards don't seem to really be able to do anything. Not that they're able to do much about anything anyway, other than enforce the policies of the state. The courts seem to treat them much better than the average Irish citizen. And there's always the get-out clause of mentally unwell. I'm sure he didn't know what he was doing. Yeah, so we'll follow them up. Where did he say he was marching to? Was it the Dáil, was it, or across the bridge?
Yeah, bridge. Yeah.
Bridge, okay.
I don't know if my PC is beginning to struggle or whether it's just spotty connections.
All right, maybe send me that link to it again. What was it? Twitch.tv, was it, or Twitch podcast?
Twitchtheatre.tv.
Okay. Background. We'd have to end the stream, though, would we? Or no, I can just share it.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. I will share you my oh wait, no, I don't have the. I'll update the this sheet with the URLs. Yeah, just give me a second. Cool. DC Roams. Yeah, we're producing the show on the fly, folks. So have a little patience with us. That's Derek Mousey. Where is it? Or is it Moosey?
Mousey.
Oh, okay, thanks. There we have Gary.
Okay, I think I still have most of them in the other chat. Right, let me work away on these.
Yeah, However, I can copy the link to the spreadsheet for you in this private chat.
Okay, cool.
That's because I already have links in there, and I'll add a link in there for the legal eagle as well, since he's not in the spreadsheet. All right.
Okay, I'll just work on this in the background if you want to waffle away there for a second.
Okay. I'm making audio on this. What's going on here? The Derek Mousy. I'll have to reload that. Yeah, I should have restarted my PC this morning. Oh, God.
None of them seem to be working at all. So maybe it's not your PC. Maybe it's just people's
Okay.
insert there.
Yeah. DC Roams has gone off air, which is a shame. We'll revisit him some other time. Okay. Yeah, we'll just leave it as it is. Don't upset things too much.
Yeah, it's just
yeah.
shit.
If you just joined the stream, folks, myself on the right, I'm Howard, and on the left, Morgan. And we're taking a look at the various streams of the protests going on around the country. Not amazing turnouts, but turnouts all the same. And we just had an excellent address by the organizer in front of the GPO, very fire-filled. He's speaking for the nation. Seek back about 10 minutes if you want to catch that. But like and subscribe to the channel. You know, that we are building something here. We're trying to, bring up the standards of the citizen journalism in this country to a higher standard than the mainstream media, which isn't hard to do because it's dog crap. However, we are being taught bad lessons. If you have a senior person or a parent and they can't do things properly, then you think, oh, well, that's the standard. That's what I have to go by. And we're, this is us in the alternative citizen journalism sphere. We look to these supposed guiding lights of the Irish Times and the Journal and RTE, and we think, yeah, this is what we need to do. No, we need to do better, and we can do better, and we're starting to do better.
Yeah, and we're starting from a small base as well. So
yeah, no resources really.
Yeah, so we have a couple of private individuals out with their cameras off their own bat with no training, no real knowledge and no resources that RTE would have. Why RTE needs 750 million euros to produce the direct they do is a mystery to me, especially their news department. If this was to be covered by RTE News, it would probably cost the best part of €500,000. 400 or 500 grand previously spent on equipment or RTE vans at the different locations. It's not needed. And the only thing RTE have really is gloss. Their material is well presented and glossy, and it has to be because if you take that away from it, it's just essentially dreck, Maybe check in with Waterford there, see what the guy's saying, and well done to Gary for keeping the live feed going. Yeah, Gary would be a great example of passion and organization for anybody who's, I don't know what happened with the live streams, anything can happen in the given moment, but if you're going to cover an event, you're going to need, your phone, some decent level of camera backup power. Again, everyone learns on the fly, and a lot of guys have been doing it. But people new to the game might hook up with certain established YouTubers and get some tips from them. And because it's I think even with this as well, like you know, doing live streams on YouTube, it's not extremely difficult, but it's more difficult than you think it would be, you know. And that knowledge just doesn't come to people. Some people look at it and think, "Oh my God, I can never do that." You need a degree in structured programming to pull it off. But it can be pulled off, and everybody learns all the time, and that's really what we need is, you know, more people, higher standard production values, content, and like Howard said, you know, be the media, because the RTA doesn't serve us, and I suppose the downside is that you have so much choice that you don't really know where to go, or you can flick between this, that, and the other. But there's enough people out there, I think, at the moment who are covering events where it gives people a good idea of what's going on in the country outside of RTE. And my sickness, you know, it draws me back to RTE every now and again to see what's happening in that world. So every now and again, we will delve into what's happening in the main consensus trance to see where we are in relation to it. But lessons can always be learned from the likes of RT as well. But what we have is authenticity, originality, people, you know, being real, speaking from the heart. And it's still small numbers, but it's always that way. Like, you know, it normally takes one person to, like with the breaking a police line, it takes one person to step forward. Like with a YouTube stream, it takes one person to do it, then that inspires somebody else, and it inspires someone else, and there's a chain reaction. The same with expressing ideas. You know, for the last 10 years, I don't know, numerous people who couldn't, you know, in polite company, bring themselves to even say that they are morally have moral objections to abortion and the likes like that. And I was one of those people myself, like where you'd be in, you know, pleasant company where you're outnumbered probably 40-1. And it's just too much for you to, you know, express how you actually feel, to be your authentic self, because you'll be isolated from the group. But there comes a time in everybody's life when it's like, well, no, I can't do that. And suddenly you realize that when one person breaks the dam, and then, oh, fuck, well, I actually, oh, yeah, well, me too. Oh, well, me too. Well, me too. Well, me too. And, you know, that's how we progress things forward. So, yeah, take heart from today. Like, low numbers. I think it was pretty much to be expected. I don't think anyone was expecting tens of thousands of people. I can understand John's disappointment because probably a multiple of 10 people or 10 times the amount of people promised that they would be there, said they would do this, that, and the other, didn't show up. It becomes disheartening. But at the end of it, what you end up with is a core of people that can be ultimately relied on. And that's more important than the 600 or 700 people who promised to show up and didn't. You have a hardcore group of people who you can rely on. And that's really one of the most important things for events like this and moving forward, that there is a hardcore group of people who can be relied on no matter what, and are doing it for all the right reasons, not doing it for money or fame or anything like that. It would be nice if that came, but primarily it comes out of passion for your people, yourself, your family, and that always needs to be remembered. What's Barry curious? Are you lads on here or against this march? Yeah, we're for it, but if we disagree with some of it, we're not going to pretend that I don't even, did we disagree with any of it? I don't know. Like, just because you have a differing opinion, we get this all the time from, you know, various different people. What we do here is we express our honest opinions 99.9% of the time, and if you join us next week, they may change then as well. So I know people aren't used to that, where you tune into a particular channel and it's like, you know, it's purely focused on, you know, right team, left team. We're neither centrist either. We're just essentially two guys who've been following these events for a very long fucking time. We're not fanatical guys where it's like, okay, well, this is the only road. This is the only road. We're more than happy to walk the middle road. But if there's something we don't agree with or we think needs to be questioned, we'll fucking question it. Doesn't mean we're right or we're against you. It just means we're questioning it. Like, we're saying out loud what most people won't and what most people think in their head in their private time. But if they're in the group, they won't bring it up because there's a fear of being isolated. And we're two people who, you know, to a large extent, don't give a fuck.
Yeah, too
about
old to give a fuck.
Yeah, what the group thinks. Because generally, what you have in a group situation is, unfortunately, there's a lot of people who won't think and like to be told what to think and will think, you know, 1 week, this is how it's going to be. This is the definitive line and the way forward. And then somebody, you know, breaks a spell and say, oh, yeah, well, they were right all along. It's okay to question. And then they go along with that and they'll go along with everything. There's nothing wrong with thinking or having a different opinion or being, God forbid, wrong about something. It's fucking okay. It's how we fucking learn. And so if, you know, you get a pain in your chest or it's like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Who are these guys? Are they for or against? You know, that might be a sign that, oh, shit, something valid and useful is being said here. And you might want to reflect on it and ask yourself the question, why do I feel like that? You know, you can take it as a strength. I'm not your enemy. Howard isn't your enemy. We have a love for our country.
This is what we're about. This here.
Yeah. So we have a deep love for our country. We're extremely disillusioned, disappointment, and on the verge of a nervous breakdown about what's been happening to the country for
every
the last
fucking week, man.
Yeah, and for the last couple of decades. But just because we don't agree with you 100%,
and this is no shade on Barry, by the way. We're just using you as an example. Sorry.
Yeah, it continuously props up because everybody at some stage has that notion, like, well, what the fuck do these guys actually stand for? And what we stand for is trying to get to the truth of the matter and to find a way forward to get out of this nightmare that we're in. And if that means, you know, looking at, you know, the left and thinking, okay, well, what can we learn from that? Can we use that? Can we bring these people to our side? If it's the same on the right, well, you know, this doesn't gel. I have an issue with this. We're talking about it because that's all we're doing is talking about it. Because if we can't talk about anything at all, well, then there's no progress forward. We're stuck in fucking stasis, you know?
Oh, you won't believe this, man. Guess who's live?
Who have we got?
Our boy.
We've got Mousy. We've got Bob Cutter.
Oh, good
stuff.
stuff.
Our live famous here. Get the government out. Get the government out. They're all up there in the count centre now. Count centre, majority, yes. It's 45 minutes. Reckon? 15-minute walk. Now we have some sirens in the background.
I fucking hate wind. I hate wind with a passion.
As a sellout newspaper owned by a foreign company.
Not just with what happened
happened in City West.
That concerned me too this morning,
That
yeah.
is most definite. That has to be highlighted. But there are other things that which has gone astronomical in this country. You have your homeless crisis, you have your education crisis, you have your housing crisis, and so on, and so on, and so on. The government has let the people of this country down. There's 20 odd towns at this moment in time that are standing in solidarity with what we're doing up here in Dublin.
Get them out!
We're all standing together. This government.
Oh, that's what you were laughing at.
Either one of two choices. Either you listen to us, the risen Irish people, or we get you out.
Yes! Get them out!
As the risen Irish people, we're at least giving you the choice. You are not giving us a choice. So we are being the good ones and the nice ones. Yes. The government are not being nice in any means or form to the Irish people. So today we stand and we tell you, listen to us. Listen to what the people of this country, Mother Era, has to say. We need you out. Full stop.
Get them out! Get them out!
Banging orator. Banging orator. I bet Justin Barrett wishes that he had his chops.
Welcome back to the chat, guys. Anyone in there, keep sharing this about. Get onto the anti-broadcast channel. I'm going to end this now in a few minutes. Jump off and go on to a few of the streams. I'm getting a few texts in. We got DC Roams is live here. Mousy is here still. He's live. So if you want to go over and check out their channels, Derek Mousy, right, or DC Roams. If any of the mods in there can put a link up for DC's channel, it's hard to find. He's getting shadow banned. And once again, go over onto the anti-broadcast channel. We'll see all the events from today as they happen. And I'll be back live in about 20 minutes, okay? We're going to try to save a bit of battery here.
Wise man, wise man. I'm posting DC Rome's chat in, channel in the chat there.
Decoy Bacon, how are you?
She was only 10 years
Decoy
old.
Bacon.
10 years old. Raping our fucking children.
How are you, Sardo?
You stand there and laugh. Wipe the smile off your face, you fuck monkey. Raping our fucking children. Raping our fucking children. You laugh and smirking out. What the fuck is going on?
Nice and steady. Cheers, bro. Every Cassie. My lord.
Behold Ireland!
Up, Ireland!
The mounted tradition.
I'm going to jump off this now in about 5 minutes.
Cut the sound there for a second.
Just want to go over to 420 audits.
What's that?
I said if you just cut the sound for a second. Yeah, so a couple of things in the chat. So someone was mentioning that because there's so many live streamers at these events, that people can sit in the comfort of their home and just watch in and feel that they're part of it. And that's true. There's a lot of truth.
I had that thought this morning, actually. Like, am I doing this with you guys a part of the problem?
Maybe. I don't think so, really.
No.
You know, we were asked to, in a roundabout way, to do this, to cover it, because somebody does need to cover it in that sense. There's probably, we've got 3 or 4 streamers covering this, but I think the question is in relation to bigger events. So maybe further down the line that there may be an agreement. We can run an experiment between all the different streamers, just agree not to stream for today. But the number of streamers isn't that great in all fairness, there's probably 20 guys at a maximum in the country who do it. So you get 20 more people there. It's not going to make that much of a difference. And there's an argument to be had. Well, the fact that more people will view it might be of more use to the fact that people showed up. If this event, if it is to lock down something or shut down something, you're going to need, tens of thousands of people. Good point by Duge as well. Dublin, it does look dead. Every time I've been there, it's lifeless. Like, well, there's the Dogman Vic has the best excuse of all, stuck to a wheelchair. That's
not in.
It's not in.
Stuck
to a wheelchair. Okay, super glue is a terrible thing to fucking once you mess around with it. Like if you, like God help you, stuck to a wheelchair.
But no, not everyone can get to these things. Like I can't get to Dublin. I can on occasion, but do I want to get to every one of them? Sorry.
No, go on.
Also, if something went down in Galway, I would actually go there. I would be a part of it. I mean, I'd want to make peace with County Gaines first. I don't want him sucker punching me out of nowhere. But I would go there. And I think a lot more people would show up at events if there were more dispersed around the country. And I don't know what's in the head of the organizer. What's his name again? Malloy? John Malloy?
Yeah.
I don't know what he thinks he's doing, but what I suspect is disperse it, because it's so Dublin focused. Dublin, and granted, 100,000 people plus show up on the odd time.
Yeah.
And that's amazing. But we do need to decentralize it, because it's a problem that goes on and on in this country is centralization. So if we had more local events, people would show up at them.
Yeah, and I think people can take a lesson from the Ismisha Era Festival as well. That there needs to be a level of enjoyment as well for people as well. So, those type of festivals we put on, and that's not to put it off on somebody else. We'll go ahead and organize it, someone else in the far off distance. But, it might be something people can take on. But you can only take on so fucking much, and we're very harsh on ourselves. Like it always, nitpicking and it wasn't.
Everything has to be perfect. Everything has to be now. And that is more of projection onto others than, an actual valid criticism of others.
Yeah, and welcome Irish Warriors. I'm not aware of the 24/7 camp in Blessington, so maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that, or give us a link or a contact if you want to send it. Morgan at evrn.net or Howard at evrn.net. Let us know what the crack is there. Not aware of that. Somebody else was mentioning the ratio of Somali head to face, which is hilarious. What's his name on X? The Git.
The Irish Git.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Very funny video. Do we have that in our chat? We might just play that. That might explain the head to rip.
Recently, not that long ago, in our private Discord chat. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, join our Discord. I hate being a
whore.
No. I mean, well, that of course I'm going to be a whore a little bit later. But I don't want to be what they call a gateway drug to fucking Discord. However, if you are already using it, it's an awful place, man. But it just suits our needs very well. So if you want to hop over there, be in the company of good people at any time you like, just hop on there. Someone's going to be awake, because we're fucking lunatics here. Okay, I'll get rid of that so that we can watch I love this guy's comedic sense and timing.
It was great. Then after this, someone also asked a question about money and grifting, so we'll come back to that.
We'll address that later.
Right, Git, let's hear from you.
Let's play Guess the Ethnicity with the Irish Git. Pale skin, rounded jaws,
Full
long
screen.
straight nose, blue eyes. I'll say German. Correct. German. Great. 1 for 1. Somali. Blonde, pale complexion, blue eyes. The national dress sort of gives it away though. Norwegian. Correct. 3 for 3. Not bad. Somali.
It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, like you can spot a Somali a mile away. And this got me wondering: is P Diddy Somalian? Like,
Yeah, I know, right? It's he's got to have it in there.
yeah.
And
what-
look, we're not being, the R word or mean. It's just funny.
Yeah,
People
look at that! Like, how could you not stop and look at that and go, "What the fuck is going on there?" Like, it's a 5-head is what they call that.
5-head.
Look at that! That's unfucking real. Like,
yeah.
Asian, thick straight hair, apricot shaped eyes. Japanese. Correct again. Japanese. 5 for 5. I'm good at this. Somali.
yeah.
Oh, God.
It is an unfortunate look. God
Yeah.
love them. Is it the preserve of the males, or the females don't seem to suffer from the same sort of head skull deformation? Do they?
I don't know. We have an update from Irish Warrior. They moved all the Ukrainians out. I guess of the whatever the camp is protesting.
All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe because that's what they tend to do, is that the government tends to move all the Ukrainians out, and then like, okay, off you go into the wild. Look after yourselves now, and then
compete with the locals. Yeah.
and then it's time for IPAS. It's time for the unidentified crowd to be bussed in. We'll have a look into the background, see if we can get some information on it. In relation to grifting and that, what was the question?
It's a bit far up, and it's from Chris, and I said that I'd get back to him about it because it's very good. And before we get into that, you can become a broadcasting member for €5 a month.
Good timing.
We just need a few coins in our cup, man, to pay for all the Red Bulls and the tea and the cigarettes and our time, because we do love what we do. However, it is hard work, and we do appreciate our supporters.
Okay. Right. So, lads, do you think the people who are in this for the money do more damage than good to the cause? For example, County Gains and No Risk Media reporting from their bedrooms with plenty of ads and links. I don't know. It makes me very cynical.
It makes you at least question.
Yeah, but it makes me question that. I've done it, but it also makes me question as well, like the relationship we have to money and how easily money can sour any sort of political movement. We saw it briefly mentioned earlier, that Tommy Robinson, Esler, Vant, anybody who's in receipt of any sort of funding, any NGO, any political movement, it immediately raises suspicions. And then there's also a power dynamic there as well. So if you're being funded large amounts of money from an organization, well, then obviously suspicions are where you're getting excited. Microphone erection. It draws people's suspicions straight away. The likes of YouTube, it's a little bit different. Again, I suppose it depends why people get into it to begin with. There are no shortage of grifters out there. There are no shortage of people who will recognize it as an economic opportunity, that it brings a lot of eyes to it. And you can find that out very easily with a lot of YouTube channels. So if you go to their oldest video and you can see what they started off doing, if there's a sudden wild left or right turn to a particular topic, well, you can usually take that as a good sign that people are doing it for financial gain, primarily.
Not a deal breaker, but people change. However,
Yeah. But then it begs the question, should people not be rewarded for it? Because it's a very strange dynamic, because the way historically we've worked is you work in the employment of others. Your boss pays you a wage, or you're self-employed and you provide a good or a service to somebody, and they pay you for that. Internet land, it's a little bit different because you have many you can have many patrons who are giving you small amounts of money. And then there is a temptation there where when people, I think, start making a large chunk of money from YouTube, well, that becomes the primary focus, and will beg and then come up with terrible stories about things that happen, or will pressure people into giving them money. But they tend to be the larger accounts, so there's something they're doing right in order to get all those eyes on them and get the money from people. Now, whether it's right in the true sense of they're doing morally the right thing, I don't know. I'd have to really examine each individual case. But there's something they're doing that resonates with people. Now, that could be a case of they're using manipulative tactics to get people to watch, but they are engaging people, and it does bring more eyes to the issue. Again, I think the danger of that, though, is, like it was mentioned earlier on, that you can create a kind of safety bubble around yourself and think that by turning up week on week and watching these guys and getting involved in these events and seeing the footage, that somehow by simply giving money, you're contributing to the cause overall. But you are actually contributing, because if it's a case where people have to invest a lot of time and effort into doing this, and to do it continuously and to do it to a high enough level, well, then it has to be funded, because outside of it, people do have actual lives. And, it's no small coincidence that RTE, has an annual budget of 50 million euros, because, it requires a lot of human capital and effort to pull something like that off. So I think people will know in their heart of hearts, like, if your gut instinct tells you this guy's a fucking grifter and he's only in it for the money, well then, steer clear. There's no shortage of channels where you can get the same information, or you can just go on to X or somewhere like that. If we're talking about the likes of someone like County Gains, we checked in on him initially just for fun and to rip the piss. But then the more we kind of poked and prodded, it was a case of that he is, taking money from people to do particular types of videos. But what his reason to cover this type of footage is, I think in his heart of hearts, he is a patriotic guy. He thinks this is the best way he can contribute. He has a younger audience. But again, I don't know, because he also has a marketing background, and as part of that hustle culture, and that makes me very fucking uncomfortable. I hate it. Like, I hate this kind of fucking N-word hustle, work till you fucking die, wake up at 4 a.m, don't go to sleep till 24 hours later, just work, hustle, because it's only about the money. But we can't be under any illusions that for something like this to work, a movement like this to work, it does need money. And we look to our forefathers. When there wasn't money available, they went to the States, they raised money over there, they, robbed banks, got involved in illicit activities in order to raise money, because 420 is not going to get arrested again, is he? No, thank fuck. Yeah, so the money thing it's a strange one. I think the best way to go is just go with your gut instinct. If you think somebody's grifting, stay the fuck away from them. If you think they're bad for the movement because that's their sole concern, stay the fuck away from them. Don't donate to them. Don't pay a premium. Just looking at their content and take it for what it is,
Yeah, and look, why am I getting feedback? Is that from you?
I don't think so.
I hope it's not coming across on the screen.
I can't hear it. I don't have access to the screen though, but I don't hear it on my end.
Okay. Gut. That's very important. That's what we need more of, is our gut, because well, actually, let me allow that to tie into my second point that I want to bring up, about monetization, right? The internet has drastically changed in the last 10 years, where, it's not just lads, maybe getting some AdSense off of their YouTube channel now. There's so many streams of revenue, and now X, now that there's this monetization situation now with that Elon Musk took over, you see an explosion of these Irish accounts, and I won't name any of them, mainly because I can't fucking remember any of the names. They're that fucking beige and interchangeable. But they've exploded in popularity. And see, I don't necessarily, want to shit on them for that. However, what happens, and this is what we need to look out for, is that now the algorithm is king. And in order for them to continue to get their revenue from X and get their memberships in, they need to chase the dragon of the algorithm, because once you get up to a certain height, you don't want to go down. You always want to make your stack bigger, not smaller. And this is the reality of live streaming of all sorts, internet, any kind of internet personality kind of business is not forever. We here in the anti-broadcast, we know we're not going to, be as big as we are forever. If this is as big as we get, we're probably going to get even smaller at some point. It's just the way of the world. And it's faster. The feed through loop is faster than any other industry, right? So you need to really fucking follow that algorithm. And who's designing the algorithm? Like, after the Charlie Kirk assassination, well, first of all, after, wall to wall, everything is about Charlie Kirk. Then it was everything wall to wall, Zionists personally attacking Candace Owens. And then it was wall to wall, just Zionists and everything. And then it comes in waves. And then, like, maybe there's 3 days of where everything's Irish nationalism or things like this. Or, someone is tweaking that X algorithm. And I think it's for a political purpose. So you have these guys who are following the algorithm to keep their stacks large and growing, ideally, and they're facilitating this social engineering that the likes of Musk and whoever is in the shadows is performing on us. That's not good.
No.
And this is where gut comes in. Because when your gut says that there's something wrong, you need to follow that and you need to be faithful to it, because it's the only thing you have. They call it the second brain, but in fact, it's the first brain. Because that's where there's more fucking neurons going on in there than in your brain, man.
Yeah, and as a streamer, like, YouTube will train you. It's behavioral psychology. So over time, you learn not to say certain words or talk about certain topics, because your channel gets strikes. They take you off for a week. They take you off for 2 weeks, and strike 3, they take you off forever. So you have to temper what you say. And then even in the background, in the analytics section of YouTube, like, you've got access to what people like, how engaged people are. Then YouTube will give recommended topics for people to talk about, so they can change the content. And it's normally horseshit about American politics, or Trump is trending this week, or Trump. So if somebody wants to chase the dragon, as Howard says, that's what they'll do. They'll follow those topics, and it's normally,
and it'll work. If you have any bit of personality, it'll fucking work.
Yeah, because they know people better than we know ourselves, and they have done for a long fucking time. And the algorithm is attuned to your own personal tastes and wants as well. And then throw into the mix, as Howard just explained, the political aspect of it, and to shape a narrative and to form a consensus, be it on the left or the right or whatever. And people just have to be aware of it. But the tool we do have is that gut instinct. Doesn't mean it's always right, but it should never be ignored. I think generally people's first impressions are, normally right.
And we mostly overlook them. That's the tragedy. Yeah.
Yeah. So if something doesn't feel right, give it at least a second or third look. And if you still have that same awful feeling in the pit of your stomach, well then, pass and move on.
So Jason Wolf nailed it. I think you boys would be happy if you didn't have to do this anymore. It would mean Ireland has changed.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've said this again and again. I'll say it again. I'm a radio kid. I love radio. All I want to do is talk to people about stuff that is just interesting and funny, and you just relax and you get to just take a deep breath with each other and reflect on life and joke about life, and then listen to some fucking music together. That's my thing. However, this is bugging me, man. Things need to fucking change, and yeah, I would be glad to just be a disc jockey, and that's just live quiet life with my garden and shit.
Yeah, we do our best to mix it up, just stay away from this shit, because it does grind you down over time. There's no doubt about that. It's not good to hyper focus on any one thing, but when it's essentially the destruction of your country week in, week out, week in, and human misery and pain and destruction and death and end of the world, and it has an effect on people. So it's important to take a step back. But yes, ideally, I wouldn't want to talk about any of this. I'd much prefer to not have to think about any of it and just enjoy life, follow your interests, spend time with family and friends, and just blank it all out. But it's to such a stage that you can't. To do so, in my mind, is madness. I don't. Who's this No Risk? Is that the Northern Irish fella? Is it? I think it may be No Risk.
I've never looked at him.
Yeah, I've had one or two looks, but yeah, like we said, follow your gut instinct. Like it can be obvious straight away. I don't know the man, but follow your instinct is probably the best avoid. 420 is at the Tusla building. Okay, we check him at 420.
Yeah, that's him here.
That's him there. Okay, sorry.
Well, they've called the protest next Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Come to this place at 1 o'clock to show where the test. What's going on in this country? There's women and children being attacked every day. You know why we got such a big turnout in CDS the other day? Because the Daily Mirror, for once we had a headline fucking story that told the truth, that a little girl was raped by a fucking migrant. And that's why we got a big turnout. When you realise that or no? Most people are fucking lying on mainstream media for the news. Stop watching mainstream media. What's on the internet? All the lies, shit all the lies, and stop this invasion once for all. And what I propose as well in the middle of November, that we go to Belfast Port and block Belfast Port. Yes! That's the only way to fucking stop it. By going up and stopping the buses coming down, then we have to deal with what's down here. If we go up and successfully block Belfast Port, that's the invasion stopped in its tracks. And I call on every man and woman in this country to join us on Belfast in the mid-November. I'm going to call it. I'm the Irish Patriot on X I am. My TikTok got mute yesterday, so what's the Irish Patriot page for the date? I'm going to say it on the 14th or 15th of November. We're now half two for Belfast.
Let's call it the Irish Patriot on X.
Wednesday coming.
The Irish Patriot on X.
Call the protest that we all come back here. The Department of Migration, the Jim O'Connell's den. There's a responsibility lies on him to close the borders and knock this out of this fucking madness. We don't have to house the whole world. When is it going to fucking end? We're going to be financially broke. All the taxpayers in this country want to wake the fuck up. What are you going to do? Just keep sitting back and call us far-right fascists? Some of them are slowly waking up now without fucking time. You just need to wake up that little bit more. And you're going to spend the rest of your days struggling to feed your own children while you're giving fucking people 4-star hotels and fucking carby meals every day of the week. Wake the fuck up, Ireland. Get up off your knees and feed your country.
Get them now! Get them now!
Let's block the road. Block the road. Block the road.
It's coming,
It's
Ireland!
going to be destroyed.
It's fucking coming! It's our country! It's coming!
Christ is with us.
Here we have all these treacherous trader flags, guys, that hang up all over the country. EEC, 1972 or 1974. When I was in school, it was the EC. Now it's the fucking European Union. I didn't sign up to any fucking union. Alright, I signed up to an economic, not a fucking union.
Good point.
There you go.
as everybody knows, is doing what he can. Everybody here is doing what we can. So, what do we do next? Well, I'm looking today at people coming back from different areas. I see them on the phone there, coming back from Limerick. Great live stream. Same in Cork, same in Waterford, same in Dundalk,
New Ross,
same in Athlone,
Tralee,
New Ross,
Ballina.
Ballina did a great protest.
Sligo.
Limerick did a great protest. And that,
Tala.
Tala, the list goes on. And that was my aim. My aim was to get not just protests in one town, but with the help of Katie and everybody else, we got all these towns together at the same time and at the same day to show not just about that girl, as I said earlier on, and my heart goes out to her, but to show the government that we are not taking this sitting down, the cost of living, the homeless, all those different things that they're shoving down our necks. So, this is not just a once-off. There's never going to be a once-off. This was a trial run, and a trial run that I'm quite proud to be involved with.
Hey, here.
That's it. A trial run. Never give up. A trial run.
Michael, man, welcome to the chat, brother. Thanks for getting in there all day.
There's media here, social media, and I have to say to each and every one of them, thank you, lads, for ringing me, getting in contact with me. The lads down in Waterford setting up the hub down there. All you guys, and I can't remember your names because you've all different handles. Thank you. There was one that's standing in front of me here, 420. What's your handle?
No. He's banned off the internet.
You know, there's so many. Thank you. But on the 28th of November at 3 o'clock, we're doing a national shutdown.
Here.
Not a lockdown, it's a shutdown. And the principal idea on that will be, as I said down at the GPO, that we can peacefully
Hello, Billy John. Welcome into the chat, man.
block off main arteries, main ports, not just in Dublin, Waterford, Ballina, Cork, wherever it is. Block them off for 1 hour.
Name the date.
Okay, there will be people that will not be happy with this, but we have to give and we got to take. We got to take our country back, and to do that, we got to give a little time, our time, to get out there in the street and show the country, show the people out there that we care about our kids, we care about our grandkids, and above all, we care about kids like that girl in City West who was brutally sexually assaulted. We cannot brush that under the carpet.
10 years of age.
Government is brushing it under the carpet because they have not mentioned it anywhere. All they were interested in doing was getting the president in. A president that will be no good for us. We're right. We're middle to right. She's left and well left. So therefore, folks, the 28th of November, 3 o'clock, spread the word. Go onto my social media pages, or any social media pages. That will be going out as of from tomorrow. But tomorrow night, because I'm taking the week break tomorrow. Yes, Colin. No matter who turns up, I want to keep that fight going. And I don't care. I want to see all the women out there. The backbone of this country is the women.
Yeah, well, no Irish women. They're plagiars. They're fucking plagiars.
I want to see all the women with their kids out there. The kids are our future. The women are the backbone.
The backbone.
Us men, we go way down the line.
Fucking backbone, yeah.
We go way down the line. But that's what's important to me. Our women, our kids, and our grandkids. My daughters are very important to me. My granddaughters are very important to me. So is my grandsons, but hey lads, it'll be alright. It'll be alright.
CCGX9ET, fair play to you, brother. Fair play to you. Thanks for coming to the chat.
In City West this Monday, God bless the women out
welcome
there.
in there, brother.
They're trying to organise
I think it's 5 o'clock for women and kids only. Now they did a protest there last night, which was a peaceful candlelit protest, and by God, that hit me. It was very solid and very strong. But we've got to remember at all times that she was only 10 years of age. God bless you, everybody.
Thanks, John.
Lovely.
Well done, John. Good man, John Malloy. Well done, John. Good man yourself. Good man, John. Close the borders now! Good man, Kelly.
Close the borders now! Close the borders now! Close the borders now! Close the borders now!
Guys, at the beginning, like let's say 12:30, 1 a.m. Oh, sorry, 1 p.m. A lot of us were thinking, "Oh, geez, that's not much of a turnout. You know what's going on? This is a disappointment." I've seen the word disappointment twice in the chat. Which is good. We shouldn't have seen it too much, but we were doing good to only see it twice in the chat. Don't feel that way. Something has been achieved here, and I have a complicated relationship with faith, but I take a lot of inspiration from the Orthodox Church. I think they're the most metal version of Christianity out there, as well as just humble and accepting of human nature. And they insist that the truth isn't reflected by large numbers. When you see the mega churches in America, these palaces of commerce where they use Jesus as basically a ploy to feather the beds of these pastors. Just because they have thousands and thousands doesn't mean that they have the truth. If the true church was reduced to 10 people, it would still be the truth. And we need to take that attitude with us. We need to remember our ancestors who built this country that we live in, that we have inherited through their blood, sweat, tears. They were alone. They were the minority, but they fucking did it. Nice to see you in the chat there, FJT. Good to have you aboard. Rachel Lowe says, Limerick were late, but turned up. Yeah, so we were discussing Limerick in the chat. We couldn't... The circles that we were in, nobody from there was live streaming. However, I'm told that 2 people were live streaming. And yeah, actually, I missed an important message from a few minutes. You're doing okay. Yeah, thank you, Rachel. We want to get the what I want to do, right? We had to build a list of people who were streaming today, and I will keep that list. I will just rename it into the streamers master list. I think I'll make that publicly available. It'll just be it just is a chart, a table. But I'm going to expand on that. And in events like this going forward, we will dip in and out of the different streams and see how things are going. Because we are going to be seeing more of these decentralized national events. This isn't the first one, but if there's something seminal about the feeling of this one.
I'm just here with John Malloy. I have to say, big up to the man. I've got to know him a little bit over the last couple of weeks. He's working constantly in the background.
So if you guys know any streamers, mention them in the chat.
It was a huge undertaking. when the left and other people do this, they have a lot of people doing it. They have a lot of money behind them, a lot of foreign money. This guy is doing it all off his own back. He's got a lot of people here helping him, a lot of good women here behind him helping him in the background, giving him a dig out. And today he's managed to pull off 12 protests in 12 different places in Ireland, which I don't think has ever been done before. Never been done. It wasn't even wrong, like. It's hard enough for me to organise 12 people, one person in each of these towns who can go fucking live, trust me. And I must have taken about 800 phone calls all the week. Yeah. You must have done about thousands.
It's like the logistics of this was phenomenal. Like, you know,
will you do it again?
Yeah. Oh, we're doing it again.
Are you going to do live aid or something like that where we have music?
No, we're doing it again on the 28th of November at 3 o'clock, and it'll be a national shutdown rather than lockdown. And the idea behind this is to shut down the ports, shut down main roads, only for an hour.
Yeah.
But the idea behind it all is to show the pushes on by the so-called far right, which we're not. We're just concerned people, concerned citizens.
Everyone here's a parent.
Yeah, everybody here's a parent. And the idea, you know, the whole fact of the cost. Like I went in yesterday to buy a cup of coffee in a garage, and it cost me €4.20. And I went,
that's in Donegal, maybe.
That's in Donegal.
It's $6.20 up here for a cappuccino.
Like, that's €2,500 a year if you've got 2 cups of coffee a day.
Yeah.
It's crazy work. But, yeah, you know, the cost of living crisis, the homeless crisis, the housing crisis, the amount of students that are out there with no accommodation, the amount of lack of spaces in hospitals, the amount of... And you talk about a hospital, you look at the National Children's Hospital and it's put back again. That was supposed to be something like 2.5 million, and that was 1.6 billion or something.
It's only been put back 6 times though. Only 6 times though. Like, keep the faith.
I tell you what, I'll lay
someday.
a fiver with you right now that it'll probably be put back another twice. But anyway...
I wouldn't get half a cup. Oh, don't get half a cup of coffee for that.
But no, look, to everybody and anybody that's out there watching this, listen guys and girls, I genuinely think that the only way out of this situation is not political. The only way out of this situation is through the risen people and grassroots movement, getting up and talking to each other, getting out into your community, talking to people in your community, especially the younger people, making them aware of what the fact is that down the road, when they're looking for a house or whatever, or looking for a job or whatever, it may not be there. So I'd ask all the younger people to get out there and secure their future as well. We're not saying we're right all the time, but we're not wrong all the time either. So I'm asking you to get in touch with us, get in touch with your local town, come out on the 28th of November, organise something among yourselves. So anybody that's looking for a PDF of what we're going to be doing can get a PDF by getting on to myself or any of the people behind me or with me or beside me through Facebook or through my own YouTube channel, John Malloy, or you'll find me on X. You'll find me if you want to find me. You'll find me there.
You're on every,
you know what I mean?
every app going.
Look, everybody, just get out there and do it. That's all I'm asking you to do. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you. It's up to you after that.
Good man, John.
I think what we've done today it's a start of something never been done before.
There you go. There you go.
You know, to hell with it, we've done it.
We've done it. You fucking did it, mate. You brought it all together. Fair play to you. Fair play to you, brother.
Kudos. Thanks everybody for advice.
Anga bra. Today we're hearing from John Lads, who is the organiser of today. He's done a great job bringing the whole country together. It hasn't been absolutely massive, but he's organised 12 of these in 12 different places. We've tried to live stream as many of them as we can. Some of the technology is a little bit backward, as you can see. Some of the lads didn't have their live streams up and changed channels, so we may have had to cut them. But I'm hoping the lads in the anti-broadcast got what they needed today. Thanks to everyone who's come into the chat today, guys. Once again, it's the reason that we do this, is the people in the chat, is to show you what's happening in Dublin, show you that people are not happy around the place. I wonder could I get a coffee in there? Scrum didn't.
It's power of advertising.
Oh no, it's a mobile. Look, it's a little mobile kiosk. Look,
oh, nice.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah.
Afternoon tea. That's the way all buses should be. Well, I'd go on public transport if that's the way all buses
I
were.
might go on that one day. Get myself an old cucumber sandwich and a cup of tea.
I love this Malloy guy. You know what? I,
good
I
man.
was skeptical of him when I saw him like pop up on the social media throughout the years, but I never got a feeling of like there's something wrong with this guy.
Mm.
And as I was saying in the chat, seniority has to count for something.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. We've always honored our elders. There's a reason for that. People who've lived longer, have been around a long time, lessons to teach all of us. So yeah, I've heard that mentioned, that he has a big ego. I didn't get any of that from what he just said there. It was very humble.
Yeah,
So yeah,
it's
seems like a
a
good man.
lot of that's projection, relative stuff.
Yeah.
He was speaking, yeah, from there's healthy ego, right? Because you
Yeah.
got to have healthy ego if you're going to stand up in front of a few dozen people, and God knows how many people online, live and in the future. That you've got to be able to block that out and put on the mask and portray something, and that's perfectly healthy. All of our heroes who we know in our country and around the world, that's what they did, and that's what they're doing, is they're just putting on another mask to do what they need to do and get their message out there. When they go back home and everything's quiet and they feel their heart again because there's nothing else going on, are they happy with what they're doing? That's the important thing. And I think John Malloy is happy. What did you put up on screen there?
Just Simon Martin was saying every village needs a John. I'm trying not to make a joke out of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, no, I like, yeah, a few more than one.
Yeah, if you're going to make money, every village needs a few Johns. But yeah, you're right. Every village has a John. It's just to what degree, or maybe be the John you want to be. Was Chris saying, what's the obsession with calling everyone brother? It seems to become popular in the last year or so. Everyone is Fair Power's brother by the sound of things. Catholic family planning, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. It's just camaraderie. That's all it is. Like people calling each other brother.
Yeah.
And again, when your country is being divided, brotherhoods are important. I think it's more than just simply a friendly term amongst people. I think people feel a real brotherhood, and it reaches back into our past as well with the Irish Republican Brotherhood. But that's another episode. That's a more interesting episode to delve into further down the line.
That's the one down by the docks.
Oh yeah, and which Irish Brotherhood are we talking about? Because there was a few. What's this? Be your own John. What did we have here? I wouldn't use the John in the dome. No. Yeah. And as we learned last night, if you're a Muslim, using the John is a terribly difficult process.
Yeah, check out our live stream from last night. It was gas. Yeah.
So well done to everybody today.
Yeah.
Everyone deserves a round of applause. A couple
Absolutely.
of technical hitches, a couple of streams we may have missed. What can we do? Again, starting point.
It's the beginning. Yeah.
I think it went very well.
I said while you were gone, Morgan, that I'm going to turn this table that I have of the streamers into a master list of streamers, and we'll build upon that. I already asked Chatter there to get us in contact with who was streaming in Limerick. There were 2 streamers in Limerick. There were 3 arrests. Someone burned an EU flag. Like we missed some good stuff today. But you know what? We won't in the future. And also, we're not going to be able to do this frequently. So people need to do this as well. Get to learn to use things like Restream.io, stuff like that. Just go out there, give it a try.
Yeah, and
I'm
if you
not
need
saying
a primer,
put your face out there necessarily.
We'll be more than happy to help as well if people need a primer.
Oh yeah. I forgot to say that. Yeah, if you need any help, give us a shout. We're in this together.
Yeah, and we'll put a video together as well of any events we missed, we'll throw them into an edited version, more condensed, maybe a half hour version of today's events. What have we got? Some breaking news. Catherine is the new president on breaking news.
Well, we we knew that like we knew that like 20 hours ago.
Yeah. So we
Yeah.
salute our new president. Welcome, Uachtaráin. Go fuck yourself. Right, guys, I gotta go. My family's home. Perfect timing.
All right. Yeah, it
Um,
is. It is perfect timing. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We will see you guys next Friday, if not earlier, in the event that something unusual or outstanding happens. Howard, I'll catch up with you later. But I gotta go now to greet the family.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, guys. God
Give them a
bless.
hug.
Salon. Will do.
Love you, man.
Love you too. Take care.
Right. Yeah. 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 Every time we end a conversation in real life or on video, we say, love you, man, because we do. We love each other. It's been years, and we're not afraid of that. We're not insecure about our sexuality. Chris says, think County Gaines is doing a live stream. He is sorting his socks and dressing his bed. Fuck's sake. Rachel says, I don't know how to navigate this. How can I send you a link? In the chat, like just paste a link into the chat. Now that I made you a moderator, I'll be able to see it, right? So just, if you're on your phone, you just hold down on the space that you type into, and it will give you an option to paste a link that you've copied. Or if you're on a PC or laptop, just right click in the field. Not to assume that you're, a fucking moron or anything, or you're not au fait with technology. It's just not everyone is. FJT says, oh no, C is after. Well, I'm going to hang around for a while because things haven't died down. Zero's on the case, telling her that she can copy and paste, post the link as you're a mod. Thank you for keeping on top of that. Noel Simpson says, thank you, lads. Thank you for being a part of this. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. We need to keep this going. Saoirse says, goodbye, everyone. Good to see you here. A TikTok stream. Okay. Okay. What do we have here? I may go and I may leave this running and visit the John. Let's see. Is he live? I don't know how to get around. Okay, so this is just his TikTok. Okay, I'll save that for later. Thank you. Aaron and Boo, Zero says in the chat. Amen to that. Jason Wolf says, how great will it be if during Connolly's term Ireland shifts to a common far-right country? The chances of that are pretty high, man. We've got a good chance of that happening, and it will be pretty fucking funny. Yes, Dogman Vic, Howard is staying. I'm going to stick around as long as is required. Open Mind says hello in the chat. Thank you for popping by. Remember to like and subscribe. I have to say that because it's a grind, okay? It's a grind. We're on our way uphill. But you know what? We're getting there. Saoirse Nairn asks, what's in it, Rachel? I think she's replying to my request to put me in contact with some streamers around the country. So what I'm going to do is go back to the streams. We'll leave them without audio, and I will take a little bit of a bathroom break. Catch you on the flip side of this. All right, what are we looking at, chat? Yeah, time to boil the kettle. Guys, get relaxed. We're in for the long haul. All right, let's... wait. Okay, honest citizen. Yeah, he's still alive. 420, is he still alive? He certainly is. Let's
One. That's nice, proper material. That has been the marches. Looks like it's
Ooh,
from 1916.
that is quite the fucking flag, I have to say. Here I am talking with the microphone muted. JC's painting and decor is gone off of TikTok. Earlier today, let's say 12:30 or even around 12, his account was kind of locked down. It said that it was his decision to lock it down, and one had to be logged in to view the stream. But now his channel is gone.
That's something at a guard, and it may have been a hurty word. The guard is now, you can see him over there, and I think he's going to try and arrest that person who said that.
Oh, shit.
Who said that hurty word to him. So just stay in the stream here for a while, guys, because we have them arriving. They might be here to pick someone up. You wouldn't know. And there's the guard over there. There's the little guard over there who gave me a bit of jip there.
Does anyone have contact with JC's painting and decor?
Instead of ordering me to take a mask down as an independent cameraman up here on Delir Street. And then he's now featured 27,000 times in a YouTube video because of How are you, bro?
You're all right.
You're going against the grain. You're going against the grain again. Why are they all on the footpath now? Why is everyone on the footpath?
We can follow the guards now.
So as you can see, guys, it's now the guards who are blocking up the whole road. It's not the peaceful protesters. It's the guards who have assembled on the road. The guards have asserted their right to peaceful assembly down the middle of O'Connell Bridge here now. Yours, we're just fading into the background here. They're going up. They're still going to stick around. So if anyone wants to come up and say hi to them, they'll be up around by the GPO. Gonna have a coffee, chill out, have a chat to each other. And John is going to do another little speech. And he's also having a little sleep out tonight. So if anybody wants to come up and say hello to him, oh, they're the new Beamer 250s. Look, it's a nice one. It's a nice one. It's a 120R2, yeah. Lovely bike there, lads. I used to have a mate and he had one of them. Nice bike, really nice to ride around on. You can't beat a good ride, So listen guys, thanks for coming into the chat here tonight. As you can see, the lads are just kind of fading into the background here. Proper patriots. And I hope you all got into that live stream today and enjoyed the anti-broadcast channel. And we're going to leave you with the image of the Gardaí. Jane Doe, thanks for coming in. Hanora, Ozzy, everyone who has been in there. Angry Man, True Ireland, Magman 90. Oh, good man name. Lachlan O'Hare was in there. Hanora Brennan's in there. You're a legend, Hanora, you know that. Make sure them old dogs get out for a walk today. I have to do the same thing. I have to go home and walk Trixie. She's not going to be it. Dubtano is in there. Rave 971. Listen guys, thanks for coming in. There's a lot of in there today. Roger that, 82. We've plenty of idiots here, mate. We really do. We have absolutely plenty of idiots. As you can see, they're everywhere. Looking everywhere. So we're just going to follow these guys up the road. I think the threat of that arrest may have been gone. I did hear them over talking that they were going to go and pull someone out of the crowd over a hurty word. So hopefully it doesn't happen. So guys, listen, thanks for coming into the chat. Hopefully the anti-broadcast end of it went smooth. I'm looking forward to jumping off this, going on their stream and seeing what we're able to do here today with just a few phone calls. Remember, just a couple of phone calls. Anyone watching this stream, any of the live streamers, guys, thank you so much for what you have done today, whether it's Ballina, Tralee, Cork, Limerick, Gary Soul down there in Waterford, LB Audis in New Ross. We have our painter and decorator man down in Limerick. Jude is his name, lovely guy. He'll paint your house. You just buy the paint, he'll paint it. If it's in a tricolour, he'll paint it for you. Lovely lad.
Nice.
We've got some really good streamers that come online there today. JRW. And once again, thanks to all the mods for getting in there. Dogman Vic and anyone I've missed. And Saoirse and Heron. This stream, I should have done it at the start. This stream, for me, is dedicated to Saoirse and Heron. I'm going to tell you why, guys. She's been putting up some absolutely unbelievably accurate information on our page over the last couple of months. She's not dog whistling. She's not putting up fake information. All the information she's putting up is for real. They're facts, they're figures. They're figures from PDFs and government information. She's been a big help to me this week. She's been an absolute massive help to me this week in the background, sending out posts, organising stuff. She must have put about 20 hours work into this. So seriously, if you're in there, I don't see you in there. Thank you very much. It's really meant a lot. Really has. It's nice to have people online, guys, looking out for you, giving a little bit of a dig out. That's why we all need to stay connected in this thing. Because if we lose connections with each other, we're fucked. We're out here on our own. And that's the way it's going to end up, okay? So we're going to leave you a little flavour today, okay? Aaron Wilkerson, you legend. Thanks, brother. Thanks for coming in, mate. Thank you, man. Good man yourself. I'll see you soon, guys, okay? Once again, thanks again for coming in. Leave you with the bagpipes. Thank you, Brian. Good to see you there, mate. Thanks, Aaron. Means a lot, mate. Means a lot. Well done, brother. Well done. Love that. What a beautiful end to my live stream. Cheers, dude.
Beautiful.
Hamas were butchering the people at the aid centres. They were attacking the aid centres. They were stealing the food.
All right, we're not listening to that. Beautiful, beautiful stream. I hope I can let 420 know that when he hops over. If anyone is aware of any other streams currently going, please give me a shout. Let me know who is going in the chat, because now it's just me. I'm a one-man show here. Kieran Martin in the chat said, well, that was another waste of time. I don't agree. I asked him what was that, and he said, protesting, Howard, protesting. Of course, I have to rehearse all the comments here. I responded to him. I respectfully disagree, particularly since this wasn't protesting; it was rallying. He gets back to me and says, "You can call it by any name, and it's still ineffective." You know what? Let's agree to disagree. But I will share my opinion why. However, this is different. Legal and Roscommon, thank you. Where's Legal? Did I add him to the master list? No. I have him. Oh, okay. I have to look him up. Yeah, there we go. No, he doesn't appear to be live. Look, I don't know what you're expecting, Martin. What was the outcome, Howard? Did you get a call from the Dáil? They gave up? All right, look, you know, I don't know, man. Like, where does the outcome get tallied up? Well, what database? What scoreboard is it presented on? I don't know what you want here, man. I don't know what you're looking for. I think your nose is a little too close to the canvas, with all due respect, my friend. I know it's frustrating. I know that nothing seems to be getting done. But we as humans, we have a tendency to not think very clearly. And that's an indictment of myself as much as anyone else, Kieran. I think you've been listening to a few false prophets. One in particular. The one that last week you told me to apologize to after his little fucking freak out derailed my fucking Friday night show. One of the things that I look forward to in my life consistently is on a Friday night, we come here, we look at the state of the world, and we also have a laugh at it. We pull it apart and analyze it. And that wasn't good enough for this guy, because supposedly we're all always supposed to be switched on, and we're all supposed to have this literal far right attitude, and we're always supposed to be on the same talking points. This isn't how it's done, Kieran. It's never been how it's done, and it isn't now. You need to be humbled. Kieran says, I have a full view, Howard, prepared for the future. Good for you. I'm reading, no, and I'm not being sarcastic there. We all need to prepare for the oncoming storm because no matter what we do, Kieran, it's going to get really bad. Really bad before it gets worse. We have neglected a lot of things as a society and as individuals for way too long. And the tax collector is going to come for his pound of flesh. And it's not going to be pretty. But you know what? We don't need to be reminded of that every fucking minute. We need hope. Gran, let me know when somebody with the skill to humble me arrives. The words of the all-knowing ego. You only need to know that. And let me say this, Kieran. I'm using you as a soundboard because you are speaking the thoughts of many people in the country. And you may be right, but I think you're wrong. And that's why I'm answering you the way I am. Zero says, it is frustrating. I've been there. We've all been there. This is what we need to see about ourselves first, and then recognize that others are going through that too. And that is where we find the compassion. And in that compassion, we're not just blindly angry about the state of the world, what's happening to my idea of how the world should be, and what's going to happen to my future. As much as we may dress it up in concern for children, concern for God, the church, the country, if you don't have the compassion, if you haven't been humbled by the world, ripped apart by it, heartbroken 1,000 times until your heart is nothing but fucking dust, you won't have that compassion. And from that compassion is actual fucking motivation to do things that benefit your fellow man, benefit your fellow countrymen. And anger doesn't have that grip over you anymore. Not like it used to. It still fucking hurts. But there is always a voice calling you back to hope, to do something. And this is what these people have done today. They've done something. And many armchair generals are now going to say, but you know, what did it do? Simon Martin says, LOL, it is ineffective, but it is networking and took great effort from those involved. There is always hope while people try. Fucking men, brother. 420 in the chat. Thank you, Guy, for coming along finally. We've been waiting. I wanted to say thank you, brother. Two fucking legends. Well, one of the legends had to go and be with his family. So, I'm sorry that he wasn't around to say so. Kieran Martin says, in response to, I don't know what, could be, but what would I be if not steadfast in my beliefs? Yeah, that sounds like it makes sense, and it does on a level. What about the truth, my friend? I know you might think that those are one and the same, because, how could you ever be wrong? The capital T truth. It's metaphysical. It doesn't adhere always to the same shape and form in the physical world as we would hope that it would. Something given by God or the gods or whatever divine mega pattern that we're all part of. But there is something that ties this all together. There is a capital T truth. There is a capital L love. And it doesn't care about beliefs, Kieran, sorry. With the passing of time, you learn to read patterns. Kieran needs to grow up. Let's not be, yeah. I think we're all being a little too hard. But, when someone fucking puts in a lot of work and then someone comes along and shits on it, granted, we need people to question, hey, is this actually effective? Great. But don't be a fucking dick about it. Dogman Vic says, hope is the most powerful word out there. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It definitely is when that's all you have left. And guess what? Guess what? All that we have left. And of course, 420 getting his fair dues. 420 says, Kieran, you're some doom merchant. He's in a cult, He's following a false prophet. I speak from experience, trying to save you some time. Yeah. Okay, so this is the thing, right? This isn't the same as last year. This isn't the same as 3 years ago. This isn't the same as 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The context changes, Kieran. The background upon which this is being done has changed consistently. Sometimes tactics have to change. Well, they always have to change because that's the art of war. You can't, and this is the root of ego. Not to disparage ego again. You need it. You need ego. But this is the root of unchecked ego that wants to dominate and does dominate the entire field instead of just being a part of the organism that is you, the complete being that is you. You find this fucking nail and you grab your hammer and then you just hammer that fucking nail over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Maybe that's what we need is some people hammering this one nail forever. I don't know. I'm not a fucking genius. I haven't figured it all out yet. What I can tell you is that that's not the answer. The answer takes a lot of fucking hands on deck. We're going to go back to Dublin Bay. That's what we're going to do because we need to chill out. I need to chill out. I get very easily agitated. Ego and the id. I wish I wish YouTube wasn't such a dick about copyright. If anyone has ever watched the Rocky Horror Picture Show, turns out it has a spiritual sequel, Shock Treatment. There's a great song in that movie. Look what I did to my id. God, I love that guy's movies. Howard's wound up. Yeah, I'm so easily wound up, you know. Yeah, you called it. It's easily just pull the string and I just go flying across the floor. Any streams going? Anyone know? Because Dars K. I'm a one-man band here since Morgan left, so if I'll be checking channels, but I have dozens of channels to check. You know what? I need to write a program that tells me, that updates every minute and tells me if a channel is live. I think that's what I'm going to work on after the show. Darksky says, how's it going, Howard and everyone? I went away a couple of days and back to a shit storm, it seems. Well, it's just bad timing, man. Dogman Vic says, yes, there is something that connects us all. All we have the same structure, the same color, blood. It's deeper than that. And it has a voice. And if you're Christian, it has a personality. It's a person. It's a person that recognized how painful being human is, that he himself took on a body of his own and went through the most horrific indignities to transmute those experiences, not just to forgive them, forgive our sins, you know, that average shit that you hear out of the church pulpit. No, to transmute those horrible experiences of indignity, of sin. Because now, you know, not that suffering should be a source of pride or a fixation. You know, this whole thing about Catholics, you know, suffering, you know, the more you suffer, the more Catholic you are. That's rubbish. It's not what that guy was about. Christ, that guy. Blasphemy. Sorry, Christians. That's not what Christ was about. No. It was about transmuting those experiences to make them holy. That when you actually experience them yourselves, you know that they're not just yours, they're his and they're ours. And suffering through them is a sacrifice to Christ, a sacrifice to each other, to those also feeling that pain. And you know, it opens your heart. That's what I love about Christianity. I'm not going to be a Christian, though, I don't think. Miss Pagina, nice to see you. Good to have you along. Christianity is involved in charities, also buying houses, giving them to Africans, etc. Yeah, no, that's Catholicism, though. You know, Mr. Fucking, I'm gonna bless a block of ice to, you know, do what? To get God to stop global warming, or, you know, I don't know, make ice melt at a lower temperature than it normally does. I don't get it. Because it's not supposed to make sense. And these guys, you know, they're going to say, well, you know, what we need to do is acknowledge that we all worship the one same God, you know. Christians, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, we all worship the same God. That's heresy in Christianity, in the real church. But, that's Catholicism. That's what they do. And of course, they opened up the gates. And not only did they open up the gates, they twisted Christian scripture. They said, well, we're supposed to be kind to the stranger. So let me just, give away all the extra or the scant resources left to this stranger. No questions asked, just give it all away. "420 says, we are heading to the Shakespeare bar. You're all invited. Thanks to all who tuned in and all the streamers. Yes, great. Enjoy yourself, as Ulik says. Enjoy yourself. Someone said earlier, and we addressed this, myself and Morgan, an hour ago. With all these streamers, isn't this a bad thing? Is this going to make people just stay at home because they can just enjoy it from the comfort of their homes? That's a natural fear. I went through that. I couldn't sleep for shit last night, but I finally did. I must have slept through my alarm because I woke up at 10. I was like, fuck, I need to get up, get something to eat, get ready. But as I was getting ready, I was thinking, God, am I the bad guy? Are we the baddies? Being this central nexus of the streams from all these different locations. Yeah, it makes people comfortable, right? No, I don't think so. Think about it. 420 is going to be boozing it up with John Malloy. Everyone's invited. They're going to be hanging out at the Shakespeare bar in Dublin. Oh, fuck, I love that place. Very few places in Dublin I love, but that's one of the three. If you could go there, wouldn't you? There's something called FOMO. I'm missing out right now because I decided to stream today instead of drive to the train station, hop on a train, then transfer onto another train, and then probably transfer to a third train. But, one of these days I will make it. Because I want to hang out with John Malloy. Don't you? No, I don't think it's as big as a problem as we once thought it was. What's going on in the chat? It's all over. The protests are over. Yeah. Just after 3. That's how long it takes. 3 hours as much as you get. Catholics have fought invaders more than anyone. Yeah, in the past. Yeah. I would say, though, Orthodoxy has fought more invaders than Catholicism. This isn't a dick measuring contest, but, credit where it's due. It's the reason why Europe isn't speaking fucking Arabic and hasn't been speaking Arabic for the last few hundred years. Sorry to tell you. Catholicism has lost its way a long time ago. And this is why I'm worried about the Catholic kind of rejuvenation going on in the country. I'm not going to shit on people's faith. If that's how you found faith, great. Keep going that way. But I'm not going to co-sign your Catholic revival. Sorry. Dogmanfix says loads of streams never made it to live on YouTube. Yeah. We had 12 14 people, I think, on our list anyway, that were supposed to go live. What happened to those people? I have no idea. I don't think it is incompetence on their end or spotty mobile internet. No, it must be something else. All right, what are we doing here, guys? I think it's time for a little music and a reset, and you guys chill out in the chat. We'll keep this going. We'll take a look at some news. I know that we've been ignoring the presidential elections. We need we need the final statistics on that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Kieran. Yeah, feck all. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Feck all. Yeah, because God forbid we do if anything else other than just non-stop fucking shite. Okay, all right. And now we're getting into it. Big Bass Bomb, 88. Nice name. Catholic Orthodox, same coin, but most crusades came from Europe, and Spain has a little history on it. Plus, Ireland will never be separated from Catholicism, and we're the original Orthodoxy with Celtic Church. Yes! And then the first Pope of Pope from England issued the Laudabiter papal bull in what was it, 1,100, saying that the English can invade us and take control of the island because we're such naughty heretics that we didn't, listen to the Pope. And the background to that is that the Pope was never meant to be a dictator. That's why you have Orthodoxy. They said, hey, look, we agreed that you're first amongst equals, but now you're saying you're a dictator and now you're changing all these different things just because you want to. No, we're out. And Ireland didn't go along with that. So if you want to say that Ireland is always going to be a part of Catholicism, but also say that we were the original Orthodox Church, I don't know, man. It's a bit ropey. All right, so we're going to take a break for some tunes. I'm not going to repeat the same tunes that we've listened to in the morning. I will repeat some of them. But like I said, I just need to reset, and we will take it from there. Catch you on the flip side.
I'm a government minister, yes I am. Started out as a counselor in Leinster, that was the plan. I joined the party, shook the hand, and now I'm in with the man. They knew I had potential, so they gave me a quick scan. Off to the big house in Dublin, they said. Knocked on every door, made sure I was the head. Election night came, and I was truly elected. They hoisted me up, quotas all respected, and the party was flush. A cool extra 10 grand from the Dollar Surprise. Shook hands with the fools and celebrated with cognac and blow. Never tried that before, but oh, what a night. Until the man whispered, take care of us, and you'll be all right. Arrived at the doll, brown envelope in hand. Just voted today, thought this life is so grand. Drank with Mary Lou, Brad, Carr, and Martin. No one pays the tab, they said you're just starting. Next session at the dial, another envelope for me. Signed off on the bike shelter, good for the air, you see. Then the party took notice, my charm and my wit. You're perfect for a leader, you've got the right fit. Election rolled around and we won it by far. People said I played a blinder, I was now a star. But those brown envelopes, they never stopped, reminding me daily of the ladder I topped. Ignored the hobbit next door with his dubious ways. School still unfinished, hospital in a haze. But then Brussels called, said my career's not done. Hiked up the taxes, the people were stunned. Said he made quotas the norm, but the mob got unruly, they were no longer warm. Lost my seat, my ego, bruised and deflated. But Mary Lou said, don't worry, you'll be reinstated. Now, as a legal consultant, life's a bit strange. But in a few years, I'll be back in the game. The other party won, but that's quite alright. Mary Lou's my pal, she'll get me back in sight. So here I sit, a senator soon to be. The game's not over, just a break for me. We're a politician, we never truly fall. We just changed the title, but we've still got it all.
Let's take a look at yuck, the news. The Guardian, left-winger Catherine Connolly to be Ireland's next president after landslide election victory. Of course, it's a fucking landslide because, you know, like I said earlier in the chat stream, it's a moldy old potato versus you know, less old potato. Who's going to vote for what? Fuck, how do I get rid of this? Go away. When was this put out? Yeah, 19 minutes ago. Has won a landslide victory. Her rival Heather Humphreys conceded defeat on Saturday afternoon after early votes tallied showed an insurmountable gap between the candidates. In quotes, Humphreys said, "Catherine will be president for us all, and she will be my president. And I really would like to wish her all the very, very best." Ugh. If a statement ever shouted that I really didn't fucking care to begin with, that's it. You know, it's just it's a pantomime, as we've alluded. Reports from tallymen, unofficial but usually reliable observers at count centres, gave Connolly 64% of the vote after 2/3 of ballots were counted. Yeah, I mean, that's minus the spoiled votes, which, you know, early reports, I don't know if it's still true, say that spoiled votes came in second. So Heather Humphreys lost third. So how many people really voted for Connolly, especially if you factor in the fact that there's as low as 27% turnout, and a lot of the country is, you know, just pushing 35, 36% turnout, and then the people aren't registered. Nobody voted for this person. Dogman Vic, we are all played. It's that simple. Yeah. Okay. Let's return to the article. Reports from the okay. Connolly, 68, captured the imagination of many young people and was backed by an alliance of left-wing opposition parties in Friday's election. That's bullshit. That is absolute fucking dreck. Maybe there is a very vocal minority on places like Twitter, maybe, you know, even Blue Sky or whatever, you know, wherever the weirdos are hanging out these days. But I know left-wing people in my life, in my family. Luckily, not that many in my family. And they're just as disillusioned as the people on the right, you know. If they're voting for Connolly, it's, you know, because they have some marginal respect for her, which I did, and I played with backing that horse for a while, for like a minute, until I saw her first debate on Virgin Media, and I was like, no, this is another puppet, another piss taker. And that's what the left have voted for, if they voted for Connolly, is, yeah, I suppose, she's the left-wing candidate. That's not capturing the imagination. But I don't know, do I really need to explain how the media just makes fucking shite up? Oh, I forgot to share the screen here. Sorry. I get carried away at times. Forgive me. Not that you need to be staring at text you can barely fucking read on your screen anyway. But just to prove that it's there, I'm not making it up. The presidency is largely a ceremonial. Shut up. Fine Gael party, Gavin 50. Okay, we're not being told anything new here. Oh, great. Thanks, fucking The Guardian. Thanks very much. Thanks for nothing. So yeah, 4 hours ago is when RTE said that it was a resounding Connolly victory. Okay, this is oh, there's so much dreck in the mainstream media. My God, man, would you look at this? Oh, it's a subscriber-only article? Well, you know what? Go fuck yourself, Irish Times. I'm going to steal your content. I don't care. One sec. Yeah, there we go. That's the right one. Yeah, no, that's easy, right? Archive VN. That's your workaround for any of these paywalled bullshit merchants, is archive.vn. Ah, great. Morgan's in the chat. And I'll catch up on his chats. He's got something interesting there. Okay, she proved to be an exceptional candidate, poised, disciplined, and unflappable. Oh, fuck off. Brain blue shirt barristers, taciturn Fianna Fáil farmers, shinners with secret histories known only to God, lefty teachers, West Brits, centrist dads, pious pro-lifers, trans activists, eco headbangers, immigrants, socialists, nationalists, landlords and tenants, cops and robbers. Whoever wins the election when the votes are counted today will have to be president for all of them. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is just someone's fucking blog. That's all that is. Why do we give any kind of fucking attention to these people? I have no idea. All right, so Morgan in the chat says, William Connolly, supposedly the richest man in Ireland in the 18th century, a lawyer and financier, built Selbridge's Castletown house in Kildare with money he made buying and selling land lost by the Gaelic families exited after Battle of the Boyne. He was also Speaker in Irish Parliament. Related? LOL. And yeah, Miss Pacina, yeah, that was an excellently written piece of prose for sure. I just don't care to hear what he has to say. We all have a lineage, we all go back to somewhere. Luckily, the most important well, the nearest important person I can track my lineage to is just 2 generations away. But a lot of people have to search a little harder, and it may come to pass that you find yourself the grandson or granddaughter of not good people, or people you would prefer not to be the fruit of. But we all have to know. We all have to find that part of ourselves, because these, as the Catholics would say, a family demon follows you. There's a pattern that goes through families, and there's there's a lot of both light and dark in the Connolly family line that we need to recognize. Big Bass Bomb 88 says, anyone see Mary Lou getting questioned yesterday? She looked 2 pound to 2D, no, 2B to be having a ball. Oh, God, I'm slow. No, if you could give me a name to a video on YouTube, I can check that out with us. We can take a look at that. Thanks. That's good to know, Miss Pagina. Sometimes I worry about you. Yeah, unless something else comes up in the next 10 minutes to justify this live stream continuing, I'm gonna say goodbye to you. But it's been an eventful day. We've been going for 4.5 hours now. 4 hours minus the music intro, and we've covered a lot. That John Malloy guy, if you haven't seen our coverage earlier in the day, seek back, take a look. I think we got the meat of what was going on in the various locations. Limerick not, because we couldn't find or even get a functioning stream for anything going on in Limerick, but we heard that 3 of our folks have been arrested for various offences. Not sure whether they're guilty of those or not, or whether the charges are even justified. But we did hear of an EU flag set on fire. Of all the places that we missed, we had to miss Limerick. Jerry Plays says, I seen a headline on one of the papers that Mary Pooh was attacked yesterday. Attacked? Ah, yes. No, she wasn't attacked. No, there was something going on in her vicinity. No, that was a complete media fabrication that you saw, or maybe you misread it. Because they're media headlines. They're going to be, of course, ambiguous to serve a purpose, to let your imagination kind of fill in the blanks. And of course, it's natural to assume that she was the one attacked, because otherwise, why would it be in the papers? No, there was a disturbance. There was a kerfuffle. The courts will decide who was in the wrong in that case. I won't say any more than that. But it did not directly involve Mary Lou. Ah. I forgot. We have an important PSA. A few weeks ago, I mentioned on the show that there was a recall for heater pumps. Something like 13,000 heater pumps were marked for recall because of a risk of electrocution. Dogman Vic says that's a very Irish looking street. Templemore, really? Yeah, I suppose it passes. However, they have extended this recall warning to even more models. Why this shit still happens these days, I have no idea. Urgent warning issued to homeowners as 13 circulator pumps recalled due to electrocution risk. A major product safety warning has been issued in relation to a key component of heating systems found in homes and businesses across Ireland over serious safety fears. The CCPC announced on Friday that 13 circulator pumps have been urgently recalled as they pose a serious risk to lethal electrocution. I doubt it means 13 individual pumps, surely. Don't they mean 13 models? That's very vague. I mean, when my life's on the fucking line, I'd like you to be a bit more specific. This warning follows CCPP product safety information notice issued earlier this month regarding a number of Tuscan circulator pumps. The agency issued an urgent safety alert in relation to the 114,000 circulating pumps installed in heating systems in Ireland. The affected products were Tuscan 5M, 6M, and 8M pumps manufactured between 2017 2024. So take a look in your immersion and back boiler kind of heating system and see if it needs replaced. However, it's not like an arc of fucking electricity is just going to randomly shoot out at you just as you're sitting watching TV or something. It's more like when you go to service it or come into contact with it, it does have a risk to it. Dars nails it right here. When planned obsolescence backfires. Yeah, that's the world we live in. Things are designed to break. And yeah, this is your result, you know. When you go too far in that direction, you make things that can fucking kill people. Great. So it's mad. It's absolutely mad. It took weeks for them to expand this list from one model of circulator pump. But hey ho, that's how it goes. On screen is a list of the models that you need to be aware of. And if you have these in your home, take the appropriate measures. Or is it that they want to put in smart meters because if no one has been electrocuted by now, then it's a scam. No, I don't think a circulator pump is gonna, come into the up under the header of smart technology. It's this very simple mechanism. It reacts to temperature changes. It engages the pump to bring water from your immersion or your back boiler and circulate water through the radiators and other tanks in your house. I really don't think there's room for smart technology in that, but you know what? The the places they stick smart tech into is just fucking retarded. Big Bass Bomb 88. Every county council are putting this crap all over the country. Keep your chimney and home fires burning. Yeah. I was up in Belfast a year ago to visit family, go camping. And we were driving out of Belfast, and they were pointing out this, apartment block that is being remodeled and all of, upgraded pretty much. All of the chimneys were being taken out. And of course, that was considered just a fucking blasphemy, because it is. You're taking people's ability to heat themselves away from them. It's insane. Dogmanvic says they wanted me to turn off my thermostat, but I've left it on as I do not need a huge bill. Not quite sure I follow your grammar there. Who's they? AWS outage bed. Yeah, I think that's yeah. Okay, so I came across years ago a video by a channel I follow. This guy, he was a big software engineer in Microsoft back in the day. He built, Task Manager, when, on your PC things freeze and you click, you hold down Control Alt Delete. He built that. So he made oh no, not another one of these fucking paywalls that I'm just gonna fucking get by anyway. So he made a video of why the internet is down, and I guess that is what he was explaining, because a lot of the internet is now served by, God forgive us, Amazon. So many websites and services are going through Amazon's cloud computing servers, as they call them. Just by the way, there's no such thing as the cloud. The cloud is just a word for another person's computer. And that was proven in spectacular fashion when their whole system collapsed. And the idea of cloud computing is that you're supposed to have it dispersed, so that if one, instead of like having all your stuff in one server, then you have one point of failure. But in cloud computing, you're supposed to have multiple points of failure, so you have less chance of being down. However, because Amazon runs it all, if Amazon goes down, then you're fucked. It's technology, man. It's the way it's built. We build it up higher, higher, higher. We don't build it out. So the higher our Tower of Babel, the more likely it is that God's going to strike it down. And another great example of that is smart beds help them sleep on a cloud. Then the cloud crashed. Very funny. New York Times. The widespread outage involving the cloud computing provider Amazon Web Services was particularly disruptive particularly disruptive, ensnared, unexpected. What? Sorry, am I an idiot? Am I not reading that right? The widespread outage involving the cloud computing provider Amazon Web Services was particularly disruptive, ensnared on it. What the fuck is going on? The New York Times? Just a proofreader, maybe? Or maybe they have proofreaders and they're just as idiotic as yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe they're outsourcing their proofreading to India. Ensnared unexpected customers earlier this week, people who just wanted to sleep well. Some users of the smart bed system, 8 Sleep, who sleep atop a snug temperature regulating mattress cover in search of zero gravity rest, were rousted from their slumber earlier this week for a surprising reason. 8 Sleep's collections of smart products, which the company calls pods, that's not sinister at all, and include those intelligent mattress covers, were affected by an outage involving the cloud storage provider Amazon Web Services, which sent large sectors of the internet into disarray on Monday. The outage, which lasted more than 2 hours, took down websites for banks, gaming sites, and entertainment services, as well as the messaging service WhatsApp. I didn't notice. Did you guys notice the 2 hours? Oh my. As well, okay, yeah. Okay. Isaiah Granite, 25, woke up at 1 a.m. drenched in sweat, thinking he was lying on his laptop. Yeah, that's not dangerous at all, man. When he tried to adjust the temperature, he found that he couldn't access the product's app. It's not loading because AWS, which means I have no way to access my bed. When you find yourself saying a sentence like that, it's time to reevaluate your life, sir. He remembered thinking. He ended up sleeping on the heated mattress all night. You know, you don't have a fucking couch that you can go to. Jesus. I also saw a post on social media about a water purifier, and it didn't work because the service was down. It couldn't work just locally, you know, like purify water. All of these things that you have already there aren't working because the server all the way over in another continent, or probably just 100 miles, isn't working. It reminds me of the time that Google Smart Homes crashed for like half a day, and people couldn't get into their own fucking houses because they needed to reach Google services, the servers, to unlock their fucking doors. Is this really what we want to invite into our lives? The ESB. They, is the ESB, wanted you to turn off your thermostat. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You got to be able to run your own home. You know, you got to know how things work. You can't just leave things up to foreign entities. Foreign in the national sense, and foreign as in outside of your fucking home, outside of your own brain and your own capabilities. Gary Play says electricity is the new oil. They're making people reliant on electricity so they can fleece and control them. Yep. You had it in one there. Yep, stay away from apps controlling your life, Dogman Vic says. Jerry Plays says, my smart bed is malfunctioning. I'll just lie on top. I know, right? If you end up in a situation where you're being baked while you're asleep, you could die. That could kill you. You could deteriorate to the point that you're incapable of regaining consciousness before you pass away. That's not good. And there's no way to patch this. There's no way to, because someone said, oh, why does, in relation to this bed thing, someone said, why don't they have like a thing where it's like local first and then, to the cloud or whatever. The cloud. The mystical cloud doesn't actually fucking mean anything if you understand information technology. That's a bullshit response too, because you're still relying on an external infrastructure. And yes, you're relying on an app on your phone, something that can fail as well. These days, people can, just have someone pass by them with a little device and steal all the fucking money. That is as simple as that. Your phone can be hacked at a distance, and that's your single point of failure. A single point of failure means, if you think about it architecturally, you have like a house on a mountain, say, and you have this one splint that's holding the whole thing up. That's a load-bearing pole. And if that breaks, then your whole house goes down the mountain. Well, that's what we're doing with our phones. We're putting all of the control and access to various parts of our lives into this one device, and all that needs to be done is compromise that one device in your life. Now, there is a pushback to this. People are saying, hang on, do we really need to live like this? And we certainly are moving away from this. Gen Z, for all their problems that are not their own, that we have inflicted upon them by the world that we've left them, are turning away from social media. They're going back to reading. They're going back to being in nature. They're going back to meeting people. Now, it's not all perfect. No, of course not, because they live in a fallen world. Nobody's going to be perfect. For instance, we have this thing of like, oh, look at this, alcohol sales are plummeting. This is a good thing. The younger generations, they're not drinking anymore because they've exchanged going out and having a drink with being alone, being isolated. So there's a fight. There's two wolves, as they say. That meme that maybe you see on Facebook. There's two wolves inside you. The one that you feed is the one that wins. Well, that's this new generation's struggle. Because I would like to see Gen Z drink more, take more drugs. Absolutely. Only because they are taking way less drugs. Actually, you know what? That is against policy. No, that's not what I meant. I just want people to be more balanced in how they approach life. Avoid any bad things if you can. Just experiment. Just live life as you should. You know, just be a young person. God damn it, get out of the house and do things. I know that I failed in that regard. But like I said, the young generation, they're a little smarter than we give them credit for. Yep, phones are way too easily hacked. Morgan in the chat says, I saw Isaiah 25. I thought it was a Bible verse. Oh shit! You know what? Maybe this is a subliminal thing. Yeah. Is there a verse to 25 to Isaiah? Yeah, there is. Let's read Isaiah 25. Maybe there might be something to that. This is the shit we get up to in the anti-broadcast. We're very let's say artistically minded, and just leave it at that. Lord, you are my God. I will exalt you and praise your name, for in perfect faithfulness you have done wonderful things, things planned long ago. You have made the city a heap of rubble, the fortified town a ruin, the foreigner's stronghold a city no more. It will never be rebuilt. Therefore, strong peoples will honor you. Cities of ruthless nations will revere you. You have been a refuge for the poor, a refuge for the needy in their distress, a shelter from the storm, and a shade from the heat. For the breath of the ruthless is like the storm driving against a wall, and like the heat in the desert. You silence the uproar of foreigners, as heat is reduced by the shadow of a cloud, so the song of the ruthless is stilled. On this mountain, the Lord Almighty will prepare a feast of rich food for all peoples, a banquet of aged wine, the best of meats and the finest of wines. On this mountain, he will destroy the shroud that enfolds all people, the sheet that covers all nations. He will swallow up death forever. The sovereign Lord will wipe away the tears from all faces. He will remove his people's disgrace from all the earth. The Lord has spoken. Ah, maybe there is something to that. Yeah. All right, fair enough. Yeah, the heat of the mattress cover. And what was it? Yeah, the sheet that covers all nations. What's that? That's smart technology. That's the internet. Oh, jeez. Never mind me. I'm a goofball. Do we have any Fallout news from any of the locations? Can anyone take a quick look for me in their usual spots? And do forgive me, I have to shill hard on this stream. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. I know that sometimes you need, everyone needs a little bit of a reminder. Dogman Vic says that sounds like Trump. Sometimes I'm watching a stream and it's like an hour in and I'm like, damn, I forgot to click like, even though I think that the stream really deserves it. And you know, I would subscribe to a channel if I've seen a few videos of theirs. I get a feel for what they're like. But not while I'm watching a stream. If I stumble upon a stream, they really have to grab me. So let me do an elevator pitch for the anti-broadcast. We have We have a good selection of topics that we cover, but we always we always keep it real, as they say in the African American communities. We know what we're about. We know what we want as Irishmen. We look at the world through the lens of being Irish. Let me give you a taste for what we do here. That is videos. Okay, so remember Joe Brawley did that thing. Well, we covered that and we had a good laugh at it because it is genuinely funny. I think that was like he's not a funny man, Joe Brawley, at all. He really isn't. But he fucking nailed it there. It's just that his co-host, didn't know what to do with himself. He was beside himself, really. And more so were the woke right, spearheaded by Gripped Media, John McGurk and Sarah, I forget her name. They couldn't believe it. Oh my God, he made a joke. He made a sexual reference about public women, woo. And a lot of people in our chat did say, look, this is crass. Well, a lot of women did say this is crass. That's fine. But, you should be allowed to joke. And that allowance should be extended to our enemies. Yeah, we covered the presidential debates, even though the debate, the presidential race is over, and Connolly now is our new president, or will be. Still interesting viewing because it gives you an idea of what kind of creatures these people are. We have our little stable of lolcows, such as Tag Hickey, the far left activist. He was on the flotilla that went to Palestine just a few weeks ago, and he ended up in a Israeli torture camp prison for a while, and that was funny. Probably not for him, but it was hilarious for us. We also take the piss out of vegan gains, County Gains, because he's just a mockable fella. And Reform UK decided that they will put a woman with absolutely massive tits on one of their videos. And not just massive tits, but with the word Atari on them. I mean, you're just, wow, you've got your marketing down there crazy. That's a good video. Check that out. We just like to have a laugh. So if that's your speed, join us. Hit subscribe. Now you see what I mean. Big Bass Bomb 88. Sorry, man. I thought I was already subbed. Just done. Thanks, man. See, that's it. Sometimes people forget. And, I appreciate that someone I care about out there reminded me of that sometimes I need to do that. And also, I know this isn't the most popular thing in the movement. We're going to put out the begging bowl here, and say, look, we need a little help to keep doing what we're doing. And so you can either throw a few coins in our cup on buymeacoffee.com, accessible via the QR code there, or on the link on the screen that's showing up. Or you can become a broadcastian recruit for €5 a week. We're thinking about some cool real life things that we can post out to people as a thank you for supporting us. We've got some ideas going. I don't think Morgan wants me to spill the beans on any of those ideas. But just know that we're thinking about it. If you want to find a little community of like-minded people, we have a Discord server. That's Discord is a sewer of humanity, but you know, it works for us. It's a good platform to chat with people on, and you can access that by the QR code on your screen right now, or the URL on your screen below. Wait, I did that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Address now on your screen. Also, one of these days, YouTube is going to decide that we are too hot to handle, and they will take down our channel and we'll be gone for good. But we will always be live on Friday at 9:30 in the night, way until late. And if you can't catch us on YouTube, then you will catch us on kick.com, Kick, not KIK.com. That's another sewer of humanity. Kick.com/anti-broadcast. Check us out there. Give us a follow. That's the backup. The other backup is rumble.com, but that's just, you know, that's even worse. I don't want to push people over there. And if you have just joined the stream, we covered the various protests. I call them rallies, really. They weren't protests per se in the first hour. So check that out. Well, in the first 2 or 3 hours, John Malloy gave some powerful speeches there, and we have to say special thanks to 420 Audits for getting the best coverage in Dublin. What's going on in the chat there? Okay. We have Frankie in the chat. He says, I live in Los Angeles and we just had a drunk Muslim plow into a bunch of people in the sidewalk this morning. Good God, man. Three dead, 8 injured. Rest in peace, and I hope that the injured get well. That's shit. That puts a shit cherry on a good day, I have to say. Yes, they're becoming an everyday normal occurrence, says Dogman Vic. Sadly. Frankie said, presidential vote today. I learned it's just a joke. Yep. Yeah. Catherine Connolly got, early polls say 67% of the vote. But if you rank the how many votes, it goes Connolly, spoiled votes, then Heather Humphreys. So if you take away the spoiled votes, take away the people who didn't show up to vote, take away the eligible people who haven't registered to vote, then yeah, you're dealing with a very tiny minority who voted for Catherine Connolly. As much as I have a small soft spot for her, she's trash and does not have a mandate whatsoever. like scooting by on like a 40% of the eligible population, maybe. But any lower than that, it should be a international scandal. The Nazis didn't just waltz into the Reichstag and take it over. They were elected into that position. That's what a lot of history books leave out. A lot of history classes leave out. That Hitler was elected. And they had a better mandate than Catherine Connolly. They had a better mandate than the Dáil or the Seanad. What does that say about our situation now? All right, I put out the call for any news on the streets of what areas were covered? Dublin, Ballina, Waterford, Wexford, Louth, Limerick, and Cork were covered today in what would you call protest, demonstration, rally. But no, we're not seeing anything on the normie news. Oh, for fuck's sake. The Guardian. I am not done. Kamala Harris says she may run for president again. Oh, Jesus. Talk about potatoes. Talk about potatoes. Kamala fucking Harris. All right, let's take a look at this because you got to stay up to date on this stuff. Okay, this is Galway Bay FM because I'm in Galway, so this news is going to be served to me. Special bank holiday road safety operation launched at New Merlin Park Ambulance Base. Oh, look at that. That, fuck's sake. Can you believe the fucking state of that photo? Really? I'm astonished. Like they're in an action movie. And, there's slow motion walking towards the camera. Absolute joke. A special bank holiday road safety operation has been launched at the New Merlin Park Ambulance Base. Serious injuries, collisions, road, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I was worried. I was going to put out the warning, Gardaí on the road over the bank holiday. They're always on the road over the bank holiday. So be careful out there. Remember at all times to flash your oncoming neighbors if you pass, a hazard on the road. If you meet a hazard on the road, flash your headlights to the oncoming traffic because maybe the person oncoming needs to slow down a little. Or maybe in a worst case scenario, pull over to the side of the road because they shouldn't be on the road. Just be nice, is what I'm saying. How is Justin Barrett doing? I heard he got attacked a little bit ago. Hope he's okay. He was okay. A few of his henchmen I guess you call them, were not okay. His wife Rebecca and their children were trapped in a car and harassed by anti-fascists, Antifa. You know, the people who say that they're against fascism and act like fascists. Granted, Justin Barrett and his wife are fucking National Socialists. Because there's going to be some conflict between those two groups, but at the same time, traumatizing little children is not okay. And in terms of the violence meted out to the Clon Éireann henchmen who did their best to protect Barrett and Rebecca, I mean, I suppose you can rationalize that if you want. Yeah, we're just beating up fascists. Well, you're just opening up the door to violence flowing the other direction. We've covered that 2 weeks ago now, so I don't think we need to revisit that. Yeah, it's starting to spit rain in Temple Bar. All right, what do we have news-wise? Oh, hell. I mean, there's always some kind of consumer warning going on. Have you noticed that? It was only every now and then you get a consumer warning about a recall of a product. Irish households issued "Do not eat" warning as popular cooking spice recalled over salmonella fears. How does salmonella get into a fucking spice? All right, what is the product? Alibaba Haiti powder. Made from finely ground high quality turmeric roots. Okay. No brand name? Ah, there we go. Okay. Well, if for some fucking weird reason you have this in your kitchen, throw it out. Or, get a refund for it. Frankie said, Justin Barrett is a good man. I don't think people understand that he means well and loves Ayr. Say what you will about him. He loves Ireland. And he would put the people first. I used to be very critical of Barrett, starting around 2015. And then I learned that what the National Party were doing, it wasn't all him. He may have got up in front of the room and said, I'm the Fuhrer, and the National Party runs on the Fuhrer principle. But he left a lot of operational decision making to this middle management group, who still exist in the National Party, by the way. They didn't go with Barrett to Clon Éireann, sorry. So I've kind of warmed up to him. I see what he's doing. And I don't have too much hard words against him. Morgan in the chat says JB is fine. He is currently being fitted for an ill-fitted Napoleon suit. Noel Simpson said, good luck. Christmas lights in October. They were there 3 weeks ago. It's fucking nuts. We really need to... All right, after the lamppost thing and after we take down the spire in Dublin, after the revolution, we need to make it a law. No Christmas stuff until late November. It's still not good. If you're putting up Christmas decorations in late November, we have problems, you know. But let's not push things too far. Let's just say, look, it's a world a nationwide ordinance, right? No Christmas stuff until a few weeks after Halloween. Come on. Let's get real here. Hillbilly John says, good afternoon. Clocks go back tonight. Good fucking grief. Another wave of heart attacks incoming. The EU was supposed to collectively decide to do away with that daylight savings shit. But then something happened, you know, something around 2020 where the whole world was distracted by something. And then, you know, it was left on the back burner. FJT says, I fucking hate spicy food, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm not mad about it. The odd time I would have some spicy food. However, I've said this on the show before. I repeat myself often. However, this is important. I went to a fancy Indian restaurant, ordered a hot meal. You know, hot as in spicy hot. Brought it home, ate it. To this day, I sweat and I smell turmeric. It's awful. Dogman Fix says, so the clocks go back tonight. That came around fast. LOL. Yep. Time, man. It's like it's sand in our fingers, man. It's fucking relentless. It's horrible. Anyway, no, let's not get stuck down that existential fucking mire. Frank said, he will be proven right. Who funded Cromwell's invasion of Ireland? Who funded Strongbow? Alan Shatter. Anyone that supports the small hats are an enemy to Ireland. That's just a comment. It's just a comment that I read. I didn't read it ahead of time, so I take no responsibility for it. I just read it out loud. Sorry about that. Please don't cut off my funding Israel. We're still friends, right? Call back to last night's stream. Someone missed step 12 on their toilet training. Check out last night's stream, by the way. If you're bored, listen to me yap. Just go into the live tab on the anti-broadcast and watch last night's show. We cover the riots in Dublin there over the week. And yeah, we talk about the elaborate ritual that Muslims must perform when doing something as common and frequent as going to the toilet. It is horrific. Like I don't know how people do it. Dogman Vic says, I eat curry with chips. Fuck, man, you're making me hungry now. That's the way to do it. FJT says, I bet Justin is pals with Martin and Lou behind closed doors. Yeah, see, that's the thing. This is what I criticized him and the National Party about all those years ago, and I still do, is to an extent. They seem to be playing into the archetype, you know, the play, the role, you know, of oh, here's these Nazis over here. And granted, you know, they didn't come out and say that they're Nazis. until like a year ago. And by Nazi I mean National Socialist. So, but at the same time, that they played that part, and I guess now that it's more acceptable to be a National Socialist, just like clockwork. Justin Barrett was miraculously and illegally kicked out of his own party and then went to form a separate group, which is not a political party. It's a social movement, a social cultural movement, Clon Éireann, who I'm not going to talk any shit about because I don't know them very well. I think they may actually be good for the country. But it just fits into a narrative a little too well, is what I'm going to say. Nothing needs to be said beyond that. Ken Meckwoods, nice to see you in the chat again. We had a male champagne socialist for 14 years. Now we will have a female champagne socialist for 7 years. Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to think that Connolly will, be a little more human than that. Oh my! Frankie said, "I doubt it." In relation to behind the scenes, Barrett having a relationship with the establishment. Mary Lou has shalom on her gate. Does she? Honestly, I think is a lie. I think people aren't ready for what he says. Most still think it's the Freemasons or the Vatican. Yeah, but like they're all the same fucking network, man. That this is the problem with getting into it's one group or it's that group. For all we know, there's another group. It's just they're not known to us yet. It was a long time before people knew the Bilderbergs, what do you call the Council on Foreign Relations? It's just several different secret societies, not so secret societies, really, like the Council on Foreign Relations. You have the Masons, you have the Jesuits. These guys play their parts in a control system. FJC says, share things while you can. I accidentally clicked on that. But it's a valuable message because, our ability to share information is being trampled on and strangled. I've been thinking I need to return to a project, but a much more simplified version of a project that I've been kind of working on and off. I thought, could I make a kind of a Twitter meets Dig meets Facebook meets old MySpace kind of thing? But then I thought recently in the past few days, why don't I just go even further back in time and just make a forum? Different places that you can post different messages and people can reply to you, and then maybe a chat room on the side with different rooms that people can go into. The old way that we used to use the internet and communicate, the more decentralized way, instead of, even though what I was building had no algorithms involved, it was still using the idea of this stream of data that you can just infinitely scroll through. That's not healthy either. Morgan says, we need more hats. A reference to one of my favorite skits of all time. I wonder if I'll get in trouble for playing that. I think we need a bit of a breather. Oh no, you know what it is? There we go. Should be able to find it there. Yep. A wise man once told me that the world is designed to distract us from the ultimate reality. You know, the ego, rather, and the super ego, which is the overarching narrative and ego that we share, is always going to try to distract us from confronting ourselves and the truth of reality. And a way that you can get in contact with that immediately and get direct evidence of that is, sit down and try to meditate, and your thoughts will race. And if you can quiet your thoughts, then suddenly your face will itch. And then you itch it. And then you have to itch again and again, because there's all these fucking itches that show up. That, distraction, and always bigger distractions to steal you away from connection with the real. And this, he referenced this part of the Monty Python movie, The Meaning of Life, as an excellent depiction of
us once again to the urgent realization of just how much there is still left to own. Item 6 on the agenda, the meaning of life. Now, Harry, you've had some thoughts on this?
That's right, yeah. I've had a team working on this over the past few weeks, and what we've come up with can be reduced to two fundamental concepts. One, people are not wearing enough hats. Two, matter is energy. In the universe, there are many energy fields which we cannot normally perceive. Some energies have a spiritual source which act upon a person's soul. However, this soul does not exist ab initio, as Orthodox Christianity teaches. It has to be brought into existence by a process of guided self-observation. However, this is rarely achieved owing to man's unique ability to be distracted from spiritual matters by everyday trivia.
What was that about hats again?
People aren't wearing enough.
Is this true?
Certainly. The hat sales have increased, but not pari passu, as our research
But when you
initially...
say enough, enough for what purpose? Can I just ask, with reference to your second point, when you say souls don't develop because people become distracted, has anyone noticed that building there before? What? Oh, Lord.
We interrupt this film to apologize for this unwarranted attack by the supporting feature. Luckily, we have been prepared for this eventuality and are now taking steps to remedy it. Thank you.
Top tier Monty Python right there. That's great, Frankie says, but nobody ever says that I'm incorrect. You can never prove me wrong because I'm right. I have sources. You just have hurty words. What a low IQ take, Dars. Just grow up, boy. He's responding to Dars. Who's saying that, yeah, there's, that question is always going to be in contention. You know, you just gotta keep saying what you gotta say. You know, just keep saying what you gotta say, and we will figure it out. You know, we'll figure it out. But again, I'm not going to say that there's any one solution, any one idea, any one thing that we convince each other of that will get us out of the problems that we're in. Reality doesn't work that way. But that's not to say that you can't keep saying what you need to say, because we need people like that. We need to be people to challenge, and that's why I love and accept Kieran Martin, as miserable as he is in this chat, because we need people to challenge us. 420 asks any update in the account, and Jerry was happy to oblige. Last I heard, 205,000 Connolly, 95,000 for Humpty, and 25,000 for Jim. Good stuff. And until we hear otherwise, spoiled votes have come in second place to Catherine Connolly. She does not have a mandate. Not at all. All right. Time to wrap up, because we're not getting any word from the front lines. And I need a rest because, like I said, I got shit sleep last night. So I will bid you adieu. Adieu. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Join us next Friday. You never know what you're going to get on the anti-broadcast. Let's see what 420 has to say. A Drum Shambo, 50%. Greystone's 57%. Two Most Evil. This is the turnout. Yeah. That's the higher level. That's the higher end of turnouts in the country. I think it was 67% turnout I saw. So before I go, join us on the Discord server if you like. I noticed nobody has joined because probably nobody really uses Discord anyway. Or you know what? The Discord link is probably wrong. Gee, you know what? That is probably the issue. I can't believe I got that wrong. Every week or so, it updates the link. So, hey, look, in the chat right now, if you want to stick with like-minded folks and join us in the chat over on Discord. We will be back on Friday as usual. Like I said, you never know what you're going to get with the anti-broadcast. If you want to throw a few coins in our cup. Here's the QR code for Buy Me a Coffee. Become a supporter today and give us a little extra lift to carry on doing what we're doing. Link in the chat. And finally, on the event that kicked off of YouTube, we will need you to keep up to date with us on our streaming platform Kick. Link in the chat. And with say good evening. Be kind to each other. Keep the fire of hope burning. Don't get too down about not enough numbers. We're not doing the right thing. Nobody is in control here. We are a diverse, dispersed, decentralized organization, I guess you could call us, organized by one truth that we as a country deserve to survive and thrive and express ourselves. So there's not going to be one answer. And there's not going to be one direction, but we will break through. So just remember that and don't be so hard on people. And if people want to continue to chat, I will leave Temple Bar rolling for a little bit longer, but not forever.
Sitting by the TV watching numbers roll. State broadcasters got me in a stranglehold. Two-party system, yeah, it's always the same. New faces ain't got a chance in this game. Yeah, I'm losing my mind as the hours tick by. Politicians grandstanding, spouting their lies, waiting for the results, hearts beating fast, sanity slipping, how long can I last? They're talking big words, but it's all just noise. Same old promises from the same old boys. Hope feels like a dream that's drifting away as the night turns to another long day. I'm losing my mind as the hours tick by. Politicians grandstanding, spouting their lies, waiting for the results, hearts beating fast. Sanity slipping, how long can I last? Clock keeps ticking, my patience wears thin. Thinking about escape from the chaos we're in. And in the darkness of fantasy blooms, bananas in a world where my mind resumes. Election night's dragging, the outcome's the same. Mental stability's just a part of the game. In a world gone crazy, I find my retreat in the arms of a dream where fantasy meets.
Too much, the morning came too fast. Puked my breakfast, felt my head was glass. Kitchen roll in hand, a mess to clean. Into the forest, new and green. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in the morning light. Lost and found in nature's grace, a child again in this sacred place. Were heavy, waterlogged and slow. In the woodland where the wild things grow. Followed tracks, careful with each stride. Nature's pathways, my only guide. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight. Guide my steps in the morning light. Lost and found in nature's grace, a child again in this sacred place. To the ground in the forest deep, into a tree's embrace, no time to sleep. Baby pine cones scattered all around, peace in silence without a sound. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight, guide my steps in the morning light, lost and found in nature's grace, a child again in this sacred place. Asked for dry boots and a way back home, saw a clearing but dared not roam. Northward glanced, a neighbor in sight, started to pace, hoping to find light. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight, guide my steps in the morning light, lost and found in nature's grace, a child again in this sacred place. Field unknown, bathed in the sun's glow, barbed wire fence, no way to go. Crawled beneath, found my freedom there, back to childhood without a care. Oh, brother tree, hold me close tonight, guide my steps in the morning light, lost and found in nature's grace, a child again in this sacred place.
The dews drop slowly as our dreams take flight, with spears unknown that hurtle through the night. The fallen horsemen clash, the cries resound. Lost armies perish in their cries we're bound. By ancient stones we labor on the shore, by
from the streets of Belfast City, where the cries of freedom rang. Big Joe with heart so mighty, where the fighting men all sang. A leader tall in stature, with a book always in hand. He dreamt of peace and freedom in our troubled, torn land. In the year of 72, not old, his life was snatched away. For by bullets on the main street, on that fateful, tragic day, his dreams of peace, not old enough to see the light of dawn. His legacy a beacon, though his earthly form was gone. He found in every neighbour a story to be told. Across the streets of conflict, his open heart was bold. For each man's creed and journey, he'd stand, make no mistake, building bridges over troubled waters for peace sake. In the heart of Belfast markets, where the lanes meet open streets, a life so boldly lived, there met a brutal, swift deceit. Though silent in his final stride, he wished to all impart, keep fighting for the morning light, it's worth a noble heart. To Galway's distant shores, my life was carried far, away from Belfast echo, beneath a peaceful star. Yet in his tales and footsteps I found a path so clear, his courage and his vision always whispering near. I grew beneath the shadow of his legend and his dream. My grandfather, Big Joe, a hero it would seem. With every story told, my spirit sought to find the strength to bear his mantle with his vision in my mind. And now I stand here singing with his memory in my heart. Big Joe, my grandfather, from his teachings I'll not part. His life, though stolen early, still inspires every day. For freedom and for Ireland, his hopes light my way.